It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, how's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
All right, 33 degrees right now. There is some snow in some places, depending on where you are.
Okay.
Coming down. The snow's going to stop
Great.
till 10.
Fantastic.
And then it'll turn into rain.
What are you going to do?
And then it's going to be the windiest day of your life.
Yes.
Get a little bit of everything today.
Yep, just a heads up, depending on where you live, listening to us, wind gusts from 40 to 75 miles an hour.
What's a hurricane? Like a Category 1 hurricane, isn't it?
Oh,
Like
you mean the man the authorities came to blame?
Yes.
For something that he never done.
Kimmy has no idea who you're talking about.
Yeah, come on.
Bob Dylan?
Ah!
Getting closer.
Well, see, he wrote the song.
He did.
By the way, made all of it up.
What part?
He could have gotten sued. Like, that story is so wrong. I'm getting off topic here.
Right.
Category 1, 74 to 95 miles an hour.
So that's a Category 1 hurricane.
Well, we're
That's a Cat
touching
1.
the tip of a Cat 1. By the way, every time we say Cat 1 in Florida, like, no big deal. I'll go outside, dry my hair at a Cat 1. That's why my head looks like this now. We're going to get more into this later in the show, but, I mean, look, we shouldn't be the first ones telling you this. They've been talking about it all night.
What's that?
How windy it could get this evening. They are expecting widespread power outages.
Okay,
At least they're
Yeah.
preparing for it. So, look, have everything charged and ready to go, phones, laptops, all that stuff. And, if you got a generator, again, don't turn it on in your house or in your garage because you will die.
Oh, because we use it for a coffee table.
Bro, you laugh. Every time this happens, somebody
Pretty
dies.
sure my dad ran one in the garage
No.
at some point.
Well, no, that explains a lot about you. Amish. No, but like every time something like this happens,
I know.
somebody dies of carbon monoxide poisoning because, you can't smell it
Yeah.
because it's carbon monoxide.
Gotcha.
All right, so everyone be cool. We'll get more into this later in the show here on CMF. And it's funny, we bring up the winds. They're probably going to ground a lot of planes tonight at the airport.
Yeah, I guess so.
But whether or not you're flying later, you should still, if you're on your way to the airport, check if your flight is taking off this morning because...
What's going on?
Well, they have canceled a ton of flights due to no fault of the airport itself.
Yeah.
It's the issue that showed up on that Alaskan Airlines flight over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Minor detail.
What's that? What happened there?
For those who didn't see it, the video has been all over social media. The door
Some panel,
A
they
panel?
said. Something blew off.
blew off the plane in flight.
But
Yes.
but at least it was on takeoff, I guess. So they weren't like at 30,000 people, everybody gets sucked out.
Would that have actually happened?
Well,
I
no,
don't
they
know.
said, I believe nobody was sitting in that seat.
Man.
It could have been, they said, very dangerous
Oh.
if somebody was sitting there.
But look at the view.
So in this
You can see your house.
in this video, no joke, you look out
Yeah.
and it's the sky.
Yeah.
They are completely exposed. The air masks
Yeah.
come down.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their masks
That
on.
little margarine cup you're supposed to breathe through.
Yeah. Can I ask a question about that real quick before we get into this story? The panel of a plane blew off.
Right.
Right? This has to be the scariest moment of everyone's
I would imagine.
life.
Oh, gotta be.
And somebody in that moment, you had to be convinced you're going to die, took out their phone,
Yeah.
phone and filmed it.
Yeah.
Well, and in the video, I guess you can't, I didn't listen to it, but everybody's weirdly calm.
What do you do?
I mean-
other than that. Like,
I mean, maybe this was like a little later after they said we're gonna land, and everybody thought they'd be okay. I don't know, but like nobody was I just picture like total chaos going on the plane, and everybody's like sitting there kind of quiet. It was weird.
So here's the thing about chaos, Kimmy, and I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Little things cause chaos. Massive things cause calm.
Okay.
Because
Maybe that's what it is then.
Look, I don't know what the protocol is here when the side blew off the plane, but you know who does? People who are telling me what to do.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to live through this, I'm doing exactly what you tell me
Yeah.
to do
You're
right
right,
now.
but you think like you get one or two people that don't follow the rules, you know?
Maybe they got sucked out of the plane. I mean, what are you going to do? Run up and down?
I don't
the-
know.
So that happened in a Boeing 737 MAX 9 jetliner.
Yeah, and they're fairly new planes.
They are. Was this the one that had that other issue?
I might be.
Okay, I thought we are really up on our details.
Aeronautics.
Yes, on aeronautics. But United Airlines is the company with the most amount of these
What
planes.
a crap load. Yeah. We got a real good deal for you on these Super Boeings.
The FAA has grounded these planes until they can do an investigation as to why the panel blew off on this thing. So because of that, United has had to cancel a ton of flights across the country, including a bunch in Rochester. So yesterday, people got to the airport only to find out that they were not flying.
That sucks.
So it's funny you bring that up because you're right. There's nothing worse than a canceled or massively delayed flight when you have to travel, right?
Especially when you're already there, already packed up.
You're going to someplace fun.
Or, like, I mean, even if you're going on business, like, air travel is a very delicate balance, right? Like, most of the time from Rochester, you're going to a place to go to a place.
Right.
So anything that gets thrown off screws you hard. However, the reason they grounded these planes is because one of them blew open.
Yes.
If they looked you in the face at the airport, you get there.
Yeah.
They go, listen, you saw what happened over the weekend. We believe this is the first time it's ever happened. The FAA wants us to ground these planes, but if you want to fly,
Right.
we'll take you. Are you getting on that plane?
The same type of plane.
Yeah.
And taking a shot.
Yeah.
You got
They
it.
said it's probably okay,
It's
but
so
we didn't
rare.
check.
It's so rare that this stuff happens. You got to admit, this is a very rare thing. I'm getting in that.
You literally just said they're
But
new.
I guess they don't know how rare it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
like, that's just it.
First
That's
one
why
I've
they're
ever seen.
checking.
Because they're new. Like, it's only been around a little while.
Yeah, I'm going. You got to go.
You're
Because
going?
If you're, yeah. I mean, if
Wait a
you
second.
have to fly to this destination, you're going to get in some kind of a
Vacation.
plane.
It's a vacation.
Oh, especially vacation. Screw business.
Well, you're going Clearwater on a plane that could explode in
I
midair.
love
Yeah.
me some clear water.
The second they tell me something's wrong with the plane, I'm second guessing everything. I'm second guessing how badly I need to travel. Like, I'm second guessing getting on another plane.
So I was in an emergency landing in Montreal. We took off. We had to go right back and land.
You know why, Kimmy?
Why was
Why?
that?
He started doing his set.
I have done comedy in a plane.
We have Bob on the plane. Big Bob on the plane.
But they brought you back in, and then you had to get on another flight because I had to get home. What are you going to do?
So, no, that okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
fine.
I guess you don't have
So-
a choice, but
And I had to go on the same airline, not the same plane, but
Look, I mean, if that's me, Montreal, I'm renting a car and I'm driving home. Screw that, man. I'm not getting back on that plane.
have you ever
it was smooth.
have you ever been on a plane when they tell you they have to check? Like, they're very vague, but they have to check something. That's when I'm the most nervous.
So this just happened to my brother-in-law. You know, they all came up to visit.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was flying from Philly, and he gets on the plane, and the plane keeps getting delayed because I had to pick him up from the airport. I'm watching, and he's texting me like, you know, there's a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where after 3 hours, they put him on, took him off, put him on, took him off, put him on, took him off. They then put him on another plane, and he was ready to go. He's like, how many mechanical issues are there where I feel
Right.
safe getting up in the air here?
Right.
So one of my favorite stories from a dude, he gets on his plane, and they're barreling down the runway, and they stop, and there's an issue. And they got to go back to the airport. Like, there's like a full throttle, and they throttle it back, stop the plane. They bring it back to the thing, and now, blah, 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 blah. We're going to put you on another plane. Right?
Okay.
5 hours later, he's on the same
No. How does he know?
airplane. He just knew. I remember he said, like, he just knew from the other plane, you know, he had noticed, yeah, that was there on the other plane.
Oh my God.
And he was on the same goddamn plane
Wow.
taking off again.
Ay, ay, ay.
And, you know, once the thing's closed up, you're going.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We're talking about how United has had to ground a bunch of Boeing 737 MAX 9 jetliners. That's the one you've seen on social media where the panel blew off of the plane in midair. Everyone was safe, thank God, but horrifying. The FAA has ordered them grounded while they do an investigation, but United, who owns a bunch of them, has had to cancel flights all over the country, including here in Rochester, where yesterday a bunch of people had their flights canceled. We can assume the same things that you only have so many planes.
Yeah, right.
Right? So, you know, if you're going to the airport, if you got people flying in or out, check to make sure that the flight's still happening. Yeah, man, as a not good flyer to begin with, any little thing is I'm just looking for an excuse not to fly.
Yeah.
Like, give me a reason not to fly, and I'm not flying.
That is so convenient.
Yeah.
It is.
Same with the death. It's quick.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I hate driving. Like, to sit in a car for 10 hours to get someplace where I could be there in 45 minutes.
I like the peace and the quiet of the driving. And by the way, it doesn't take 45 minutes. You have to get to the airport an hour before you go. You got to go through all the security. The flight is never on time. Then you get to the airport. Then you got to find a way to get back. Like, my wife makes this argument all the time. It takes an hour. And it doesn't. Because when we went to Detroit, right, she wanted to fly. And I did the math. And I go, honey, whether we fly or drive, it'll be 6 hours door to door. There is literally no difference. It's just the amount of time you're in. No, we're driving. And it's easier to drive because I can stop, I can pee, I can get stuff to eat. If there's something cool, we can go check that out.
I was going to say, but you can walk around the airport and not be stuck in a car.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of fun.
And by the way, you can pee on the plane.
$45 on a salad.
You can pee on the plane.
You can pee
They got booze on the plane. They got food on the plane.
Okay, The food's what they got food on the plane? Peanut. What are we? What is this? Pan Am in the 1950s? They got food on the plane.
You get a nice lobster thermidor.
The thing is, though, do you go the Canada way? Do you cut through Canada?
It depends on the weather.
I was going to say, because you could get stuck there for a long time.
Yeah, I try and avoid the border. It's only like everyone that says do that when you cut through Canada to go to Detroit, it only saves you like 20 minutes.
Oh.
There's your tip of the day.
Okay.
No, I don't like I get that air travel is cool because it's rare for most people. Like I understand the experience of it is fun, going to the airport, whatever, fine. Outside of the novelty of it, it's not as cool as you think it is unless you have to go to like another country or California or Florida.
Yeah. Well, that's usually when I fly. I got to go long.
You just said you flew to Montreal.
Well, it was
what
for
is that, like
drive.
6? Oh.
5-6 hours?
It was,
That'd be a small plane, was it? That see,
No,
that's the other reason why I won't fly short distances because I don't know what kind of plane they're gonna put me on.
So big plane from Montreal, but I had to go through Baltimore. So from Baltimore to Rochester,
Wait a minute.
plane.
Wait a minute.
What?
You were in Montreal.
Mm-hmm. Had to go to
You
Baltimore
flew from
and back.
Montreal to Baltimore to then fly to Rochester.
Yeah, so it was U.S. Air. And U.S. Air had a really bad track record. So yeah, you had to make a connection. There was no direct flight.
You flew over Rochester with the first 40 minutes of your flight.
Pretty much, yeah. But you know how it is with some of these flights. Sometimes you got to go east to go west, west to go east.
That's like again. I'm looking for any reason not to fly. If I'm flying over my city to fly back to my city, I'm not going on that plane. Not going to happen. It's so stupid. Everyone's stupid.
You got to do what you got to do.
Like flying from Kansas City, I had to fly to Baltimore to go to Rochester. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know.
Get the hell out of my face.
Well, you imagine driving to Kansas City and driving all the way back.
I don't hate it, man. I don't hate it. Where's your sense of adventure? Your
did.
westward expansion.
I left it when I was on the road. I hated driving on the road.
Manifest destiny.
Don't forget, I had an AM radio, little piece of crap car. All I could hear was Jesus and Rush Limbaugh.
What's your max amount of hours you're willing to drive? Do
15.
you have one? 15, and then you're like, I'm gonna look for.
You're a
flight.
zombie.
Yeah.
You got
Are you
that
saying
car.
straight or just for a specific trip?
Well, just like for a trip, you're gonna assess. Should we drive or fly? Like everybody kind of has that max. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna drive 8 hours. I'm flying.
If I can leave at 8 and make it by 10, I'll drive it.
All right.
Right? That's fair.
Yeah.
It's cool. Whatever, man. If I'm driving alone, I'll go even long. If I got my family, the limit with my wife is probably 6. I think that's where the line is. But if I'm driving by myself, I mean, being on the road, I had to drive from a city called Las Vegas, New Mexico, all the way back to Rochester in one shot. I stopped in Chicago and took a nap in my car for like 4 hours. Yeah. My wife was pregnant. I wanted to get home quick, but like, I enjoyed it. Like the amount of things you get to see is like remarkable.
But do you think you'd still enjoy it now?
I think so. Yes.
Oh.
But there's some places like once I saw it once. I don't need to see the Midwest over and over and over again in February.
But it's
just flat mud.
It's so much better now. Like when I drove to Detroit, and my family met me there a couple of days later.
Yeah.
And there's so many things to entertain yourself now with the phones.
Well, yeah.
Right? Like when we were traveling, you're right. It was CDs, cassette tapes, and AM radio, which I also loved. I love crazy AM radio overnight.
Till you start believing it.
Well, they make a couple of good points. All right, we got a dynamite. If you have a flight where the door blows off, probably shouldn't take it. Break for you. Here this morning on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where we flying in the hood with Kimmy.
Not at all.
Are we still calling it new? It's been around for like 2 years now.
Has it really been 2 years?
We were the all-new break room for like 8.
Yeah, good point.
So... just after 9 o'clock, come back or hang with us the whole time.
Yeah.
What else you got better to do? We got Where They Whining. Kimmy's going to read a post on the Neighborhood app. We're going to listen.
You have to listen.
For the little nuances and clues, and because we know every stereotype about every village, town, neighborhood in the city of Rochester and surrounding areas, we're going to figure out where they whining. We're going to do it just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. Also, just after 7 o'clock, a game that no one expected 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Bills, Steelers, 1 o'clock. Home playoff game in Orchard Park. And this ticket, Tommy, is a hot ticket.
So if they win this game, they are guaranteed another home playoff game.
As long as they keep winning, they will play at home until the AFC Championship.
Right.
Yeah. But here's the problem. You know how nuts Bills fans are about this team.
Oh, my God.
So they're buying up seats. Pittsburgh is a drive away.
Right.
And those fans travel really well. So they're trying to snap up seats. So the price of these tickets are going up, up, up. Something Kimmy found out the hard way because you were looking into going to the game.
Yeah. So we knew a couple people that were offering their tickets, trying to sell their tickets.
It's one thing to sell your tickets on the open market and try and make some money because there are people doing that.
Yeah, flip your tickets.
But when it comes to your friends We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF.
Yeah.
Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Right.
we're all going to do embarrassing things.
Sure.
Hell,
We're doing it right now.
most people are going to do things to put their lives in danger at some point in their life. But when those two things combine,
Yeah.
when you hear this story about this poor man, this poor guy, he was just trying to do his housely duty.
Oh, that'll kill you every time.
It almost killed him, and it took a neighbor to save him hours later.
Hours?
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Look, you're going to embarrass yourself.
Sure.
And we all have at some point in our life. And going even further, most people listening have done something that could have killed them.
Yeah.
Like after you're finished, you go, oh, that could have been bad.
Yeah.
But those two things are not mutually exclusive.
What happened?
Because there is a man who made the paper who did something that would have to be so embarrassing that could have killed him. There may be a thought in your head, at least before it gets too bad, is it better to die than to let people figure out what I've done? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45 this morning, the state of New York did a massive crackdown on unsafe driving.
Good.
And Tommy, they wrote an unbelievable amount of tickets. Like, it's a staggering amount of tickets they've
About
written
time,
in
Pat.
the last 2 months. They broke it down by region.
Oh.
And for some reason, in our area.
Oh, we were probably loaded with road jackholes.
Well, no, man. It's one specific ticket that we are getting more than anyone else, and we need to figure out what it is about this that folks in our region do not want to do.
All right.
We'll tell you what it is just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. This is one of the most embarrassing things you can do as a man,
Oh.
and it happened out in Wyoming County Saturday night into early Sunday morning.
Ooh. Wait, so like dark time.
It got real dark real fast.
What happened?
Around 11 p.m., an unnamed man, and thank God it's an unnamed man, went out to shovel his driveway.
Okay, well, yeah, it was coming down pretty good.
Yep,
Yeah.
so 11 o'clock at night, he's going to shovel his driveway. Maybe he's got somewhere to be the next morning.
Right. Well, you got to go to church in the morning.
There you go. Authorities say he was trying to make his way between his truck and the wall of his carport when he became wedged between the two.
Oh.
So,
Like just on his own.
yes,
just
he got
walking
himself
through.
stuck.
So,
Okay.
so the car was close enough to the carport where he thought he could fit through and he couldn't.
Yeah.
And he was wrong.
All right.
He got stuck. Super stuck.
Like he couldn't move?
So police say he attempted to open the back door of his truck to climb through there to get out.
Yeah.
But somehow in doing that,
Made it worse.
he got even more stuck.
Damn.
He started yelling for help, but it was almost midnight at that point, and no one could hear him.
So his old lady was.
Don't know if he has an old lady.
All right.
I have no idea.
Always have an old lady before you start any project at night.
It wasn't until the next morning.
So he couldn't get to his phone.
No, he was. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe he didn't have it on him.
Right.
Wedged in there.
It was not until the next morning that someone heard him yelling and called 911. Authorities finally got there just before 7 a.m.
Oh my
Wait, so he had
gosh.
been out there for
8 hours
Wow.
in the cold.
in the cold,
In the
his
snow.
carport, stuck.
Oh my God.
Well, maybe he had a lot of layers on. That's what got him stuck.
Well, I mean, I think the layers he had that he didn't have on is what got him stuck in the first place.
You think you could, because like you would have to get yourself in there first. You'd have to think like,
Well-
if I got in, I could get out.
Maybe he went on the opposite side. You know what I'm saying? Not the driver's side, but on the passenger side. You know, that's where he keeps his shovel,
right.
obviously, right? But he's you're saying like even
Like if
walking
you
through.
wiggled yourself in to get stuck, well, I got in here. I figured I could get out of here.
Well, it's like, getting the kids you see like getting their head stuck
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
like a fence or something.
Key
Well, it's
word.
because like I guess you could push through one way, but maybe you can't get back out.
Keyword there, kids.
No, I could 100% see myself doing this.
All right.
Like if I have to do some
And
mundane
you
task.
start to panic because you're like, this shouldn't be happening.
Right.
You know.
When's the last time you got actually
Yeah.
physically stuck? Like think about that. If there's
Two
one,
marriages.
if there
Took me
was
forever. I screamed and screamed. Nobody could hear me in the dark. Help me. I'm stuck.
You could make the argument if there is one emergency adults are at least prepared for, it's being stuck.
Yeah.
When is the last time somebody gave you like a PSA on what to do when you get stuck?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is none.
Yeah, I don't know I would not know what the first step is when you're stuck like that.
And going even further, before we laugh at this man, because this is really embarrassing and I feel
Yeah.
for the guy, right? Like, if you have to do a mundane task, anything you have to do to get to that mundane task you don't want to do. Like, if he has to move his truck to
Right.
get his shovel to shovel the driveway, I completely understand why he's like, nah, I'll just do it like this.
Yeah, it's even more embarrassing if you do it while taking a shortcut of some sort.
Well, but that's the only way you get stuck.
Yeah.
Like, if you're doing it the right way, you can't get stuck. Every stuck comes from a shortcut.
Here's one of the things I'd be worried about at my age, getting stuck. 7 hours?
Yeah.
That ain't good.
Well, this man peed his pants.
Oh, no. Pee, I ain't worried about.
Oh, the other thing.
Oh,
well, I mean, you do have some experience with this.
Yeah, but I'm
you
just.
were
I'm
in
going,
a tree, right?
You
Yeah,
did
but
get stuck in that tree.
no, but if I'm stuck for 8 hours, Browntown is showing up.
When you were in that tree, did you start to think about that?
I wasn't up there that long.
Oh, all right.
No tree dumps?
No. And a tree
Like you're
dump
some
is
kind of
easy.
sloth.
No, but I could just hang my ass over the branch and go.
Your neighbors, bro.
Birds do it all the time.
Birds do it. Tommy's
He's
doing
doing
it.
it. He's pulling it, baby.
So this man
What?
in Wyoming County, 11 p.m. Late Saturday night, who wedges himself in between the carport wall and his truck, spent 8 hours overnight stuck between the car and his garage in the freezing cold, screaming for help. So there is good news.
Well, I hope the good news is he has no friends because they're never going to let this go.
So we'll get to that in a second.
All right.
Firefighters were able to move the truck to free him, which also must have been one of the most
Yeah.
anxiety-ridden
Wait, so
moments
they had to
of your
move
life.
the truck out of the way.
According
Wow.
to the story, they had to move the truck. An ambulance checked him out for hypothermia, carbon monoxide poisoning, but he was totally fine.
They didn't do a poo check?
No word on the poo check.
All right.
He didn't even have to go to the hospital.
Okay.
And first responders were there for only 20 minutes. So 8 hours of stuck was fixed in 20 minutes. But he's totally fine. He's
All right.
totally fine.
Except for
thank
the
God.
embarrassment.
Okay. And that's the biggest part about this,
Mm-hmm.
the biggest sucky part. Someone else had to help him.
Yes.
This is one of those stories where if it happened to you,
Mm-hmm.
you need to pray to God no one ever found out. Because there is no one in your life close enough to you where you wouldn't be embarrassed telling
Yeah.
them this story. It happened because of your stupidity. You put yourself in a spot where you could have died,
Yeah.
and there was no way for you to fix it yourself.
You would hope for just a complete stranger to walk by and help you out, right? Because anybody else you're gonna have to see again, and they're gonna bring it up.
But it's
'cause-
Wyoming County, man. Like in that
Yeah.
particular, you
No, I
know
know.
who's walking by.
Oh, Dale's stuck in the car again.
Yeah.
And think about this, man.
What?
Like, I'm assuming the ambulance and the fire truck, like lights and sirens out in
Sure.
front of your house to get you out of your carport. And that's after one of your neighbors had to come in and
Yeah.
find you and call
And everybody's
911.
home. It's Sunday morning.
Yes. Yes.
And I wonder how the neighbor found. Like, was he yelling?
He said he
you
was
know?
yelling for help.
Okay, so yeah.
So, like, any way of getting out of this with no one finding out is gone because
Yeah.
every one of your neighbors is looking out the window when the ambulance and the fire truck shows
Wondering
up.
what's happening.
And word gets out quick, man.
And that's just it, man. Like, there is no way this neighbor didn't tell everyone what happened. That folks that work for the first responders didn't go home and be like, you're not going to believe what happened to Dale. I know nobody wants to die. And I'm sure towards the end, you have the instinct to live kick in and you don't care.
Right.
But in that first 45 minutes to 2 hours, are you debating what's worse, freezing to death
Oof.
or someone finding out what you've done?
Well,
So it's death or embarrassment.
Yeah.
Death or embarrassment.
Yeah. It's like, I
but freezing
really-
to death makes it more embarrassing.
Well, no, but you're not there to have to
I
deal with the
guess, yeah.
consequence.
Yeah,
You're
I
right. You're right.
suppose, yeah.
They will find out.
Yeah.
That will be your legacy.
Yeah.
That sucks really hard. But I won't be around to have to be made fun of by
Okay.
my buddies.
Yeah.
Like, that's how bad guys are to their friends. There would be a legitimate thought in every man's head, is dying worse than my friends finding out about this?
And just lighting me up for the rest of my life.
Because you'll never live that
No.
down. Every time there's a truck, every time he's in a garage, every time there's a story similar to this,
Yeah.
Every event, every holiday, somebody will bring it up on a toast.
Every
Or what
time
we're
you-
thankful for this year. Well, Dale didn't get stuck again. It'll come up at your 50th anniversary.
yep, bless you.
Every time you park your car,
Yeah.
right? You're gonna think, can I get out of this space without getting stuck?
You would have garage PTSD from what you did there. How about every time you're out shoveling the driveway, your neighbors drive by, hey, you gonna be able to get in the house okay? I got a Southern accent in Wyoming County for some reason.
God.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this man around 11 p.m. last Saturday night, went out to shovel his driveway. Authorities said he was trying to make his way between his truck and the wall of his carport when he became wedged. He got so stuck that he attempted to open the back door of his truck to climb through and get out, but that somehow got him even more stuck. He started yelling for help. But because it was almost midnight, no one heard him. It wasn't until the next morning that one of his neighbors heard him and called 911. Authorities finally got there just between 8 hours overnight, stuck between the car and the wall of his carport in the freezing cold, screaming for help. He's totally okay. Like, look, you're my buddy. I love you. You're my
There we
boy.
go. There we go.
If this happened to you,
Yeah.
this would come up every day until we stop working together.
Yeah, same to you.
Yeah.
And we would do it to Kimmy,
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
100%.
and that's fair.
No, but it's not. It's not. Because, like, go ahead.
Do you think though, talking about it in a way, even if you're being made fun of, helps you heal from the whole situation. Otherwise, you never speak of it again.
You almost died. This guy could have died.
Oh, yeah, he could have froze to death for sure.
Like, let's say he lived out in a home in Wyoming County that just had acres of land around it. He was going to die.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you have the one fear of this could have been my last moment. 2, I caused this all myself in the stupidest way possible. 3, there is nothing I will be able to do. Like, you're going to take advice from a guy. Let's say you're having a serious conversation. Right? All right. Like, Tommy, you and I, you got yourself lodged in the carport. My wife and I were having marriage problems. And you're having marriage problems. And you're giving me advice. Yeah. And I'm going to go, yeah. And then at the end of you being kind and generous,
spreading a little wisdom,
forthcoming, I'm going to go,
what would you do?
Yeah, but do I want to take advice from a guy who almost died when he got stuck between his car and his carport? You idiot. Remember that time? Yeah, maybe I'm getting divorced, but I didn't almost freeze to death in my garage stuck against my car. Forever.
Yeah. I mean, every time I pull out a ladder, I always think, man, this could be it. This could be the last ladder.
But, like, ladder happens.
It does. Put that on a T-shirt.
What I'm saying is there are some things around the house where you could get severely hurt or even die, where we've seen these stories before. We've heard them before. And the logic of it makes sense. Yeah. Right? Like, it's
heights, wobbliness.
Yeah. It's a tragedy, but you understand how a guy ended up in that spot.
Yeah.
This is not one of those stories.
This is a major freak accident.
Exactly. And nobody thinks they're stupid enough to do something like this, which makes everybody want to tee off on you.
Yeah, it's true.
252 WCMF. We'll take one call before we move on. Let's talk to Troy. Hey, Troy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, break room. Yeah, I got a story for you. I was 18 years old, and I was smoking a little weed in the tool shed behind 25 feet behind my parents' house. Fell asleep in there after toking a little too much, and my dad came out and saw the door was partially open, did look inside, closed it, and locked me in, and they took off for North Carolina that night.
You're like, no way. You're lying, Troy. Swear to God.
No, this happened, and no cell phones back then. You know, there was a corner for, number 2. There was a corner for number 1, and the lawnmower was the bed. And too bad that hermaphrodite didn't know.
Almost, man.
So close.
Almost.
So close.
Luckily, we have one more.
Okay, good.
See, but I called it. No way it happened.
Right.
I mean, look, if he's going to do the hermaphrodite, and I appreciate hermaphrodite guy.
Yeah, he comes up every once in a while.
Sure, but come up with a story that's believable, right? Like Scott here. He's on CMF. Hey, Scotty,
Scott?
what's up, buddy?
All right, so I had this time I was in Afghanistan. I had just come back from a mission. I was heading out to the gym.
Okay, I'm glad you were in the service. I was afraid you were vacationing there.
Well, sometimes it's nice this time of year. A lot warmer than it is here.
A lot of beach.
So, yeah. So it's a long way to the beach from there. They're pretty landlocked. So I was heading to the gym, but I had to take a dump, so I went to the porta potty. As I was sitting there, I hear this real loud whistle and an explosion, a loud bang. I opened up the door to the porta potty, and I see the smoke trail from an RPG that had gone between me and the gym and hit a HESCO barrier about 50 feet away from me. And, I mean, it helped. It helped me finish what I was doing pretty good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if that thing had been like 10 feet my way, that's been a pretty embarrassing way to die. Pants on your ankles, the porta potty.
Yeah, no kidding.
All of that's all over you. I mean, that's, I don't know. I don't want to get stuck behind the truck. But I was sitting there, I was thinking, I was like, man, I'm glad nobody has to clean up this mess and see me pants around my ankles, covered in what everybody ate that day.
All right, Scott, sincere question, because, look, we don't know what it's like to be in a situation where you could be killed at any moment just sitting around hanging out, right? But, Scott, how long did it take you to get over the fact that, 1, that was almost it, and 2, that's how you would have gone? Because it would have to take a little while.
How long did you get back into a porta potty? How much longer did it take you to get back into a porta potty after that?
Well, you don't really have a choice over there but porta potties. Even if I didn't want to go in, I did. But, I mean, I finished what I was doing. I wiped up. I went to the gym. I mean, it was like, glad that wasn't me, and then just kept going.
Well, Scott, we're glad you're here and you weren't dead covered in poop.
Yeah,
buddy.
no
Thanks
kidding.
for the call.
Thank you.
All right, have a good rest of the day. That would be the worst.
Yeah.
What's that?
They got to clean you up before they send you home.
Yes. Ooh.
All right, let's take a break. The state of New York cracked down hard over the last couple of months.
Good.
On jackassery driving. And in front of us, we have a chart. First of all, when you find out how many tickets they wrote, holy crap.
So they really went after it.
Well, I'll let you decide.
All right.
But we have the tickets broken down by region and what the tickets were written for. And our region, everything's pretty standard, nothing too big, nothing too small, until you get to one specific ticket, because for some reason in our area, we do not want to do this. We'll tell you what it is next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Law enforcement has cracked down, Tom.
Right.
A crazy amount. And folks in New York have paid the price for breaking the law. But there is one specific thing, it seems, that we, where we live, don't want to do.
All right.
And because of that, a ton of us got a ticket that in reality, there was no reason you should have gotten in the first place.
Oh, I just had to obey the law.
And a very simple one. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock, this Bills-Steelers playoff game is a hot ticket.
Sure.
And there are lots of people that are selling their seats trying to make a massive amount of profit. You can make a couple of $100 if you've got tickets to this game per ticket this weekend.
Okay.
And it's one thing to put your tickets up on like Ticketmaster or StubHub and give them away to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
But when it comes to your friends,
Oh, what a dick.
someone in this room found out the hard way
Oh, man.
that there's no loyalty amongst buddies. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, the state of New York, their law enforcement did some serious ticket writing over the last couple of weeks. So they announced they were going to set up a statewide traffic enforcement during the winter holidays, try and keep people safer.
Sure.
And they got a lot of people. So to be clear, we don't know the actual period of time they were writing the tickets. It just says, quote, winter holidays. But in that period,
Yep.
police across New York wrote over 100,000 traffic tickets.
God damn.
Wow.
106,509 to be exact. 100,000? Do they normally write 100,000
No, they
tickets?
couldn't.
Seems like a big
in
number.
one state?
In like 2 months?
That sounds like that would be national.
Like, because think about it. There's 18 million people in
Right.
New York, right?
Right. And not all of them drive.
So what percentage of New York residents got a ticket?
Think of how many people live in New York City that don't have cars.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. Are they trying to, can I be cynical for a sec?
Right.
Are they trying to make up for lost COVID money when nobody was
Of course they
driving?
are,
No, it's
bro.
okay, don't
You
be
know they're coming up short.
The reason I ask is because we saw that story where drunk driving tickets had been down, and everyone's like, oh, this is good. And police were like, no, they're down because we don't have a way to do DWI enforcement because we weren't writing DWIs during COVID, so we have no way to pay for it.
Right.
The tickets pay for things.
Yes.
So, Tommy, story on News 8 breaks down the tickets by region and what offenses were written for in each place.
Right.
And in the Finger Lakes region where we live, something interesting shows up.
What do we do?
Well, we had like an average amount of speeders, not a crazy amount of distracted drivers. We didn't have a ton of DWIs compared to other places. But there is one thing
Yeah.
apparently we hate to do. The Finger Lakes region blew the rest of the state away.
In.
Seatbelt tickets.
Buckle
Oh.
up, buddy.
We had 183 seatbelt tickets in that period. For comparison, Western New York, the Buffalo area, had 124. Central New York, the Syracuse area, had 102. The entire length of the thruway only had 180. But we, in the Finger Lakes region, led the league in people caught not wearing their seatbelt.
So, like, if you don't put your seatbelt on, your car just keeps
Right.
making that noise unless you, like, buckle it up behind you.
So there's that, and they also sell
So you go-
products. So go ahead, Kevin.
No, go ahead.
They sell products where you could figure out what seatbelt you have on Amazon, and it's just like a clip you put in so it stops dinging.
That seems like going so far out of your way, though, to not wear a
not
seatbelt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, it's so natural. Like, 'cause I never wore a seatbelt for the longest time, even when I was on the road doing
Because you
stand-up.
were cool, man.
Yeah, pretty much. But it was weird. I just never put it on. And, like, in Florida, nobody used their seatbelts.
Okay.
Because it was hot. And you didn't want that belt over your neck, right? So nobody ever wore their seatbelts. But, like, now,
Well, and we're all driving shirtless, too. So
Well,
I can
yeah,
see
when
why
you're
that would be
bare-chested.
uncomfortable.
I was going to church.
I mean, nipple chafing just on one nipple.
You
though.
would. But it's so natural. I don't even think about it anymore.
Bro, I'm with you. I don't understand
Yeah.
why you wouldn't.
I don't
Right.
either. I don't even, I guess it's never really bothered me. I know people, to your point, that, like, it just, for whatever reason, like,
claustrophobic.
yeah, they get weird about it. It's uncomfortable.
It would have to be.
But do you remember, like, as a kid, they'd run those commercials, like the thing that would adjust the seatbelt so it didn't go, like, it didn't hit your neck or
Yeah.
something. Like, we just must really deal with seatbelt discomfort here.
But what
We're
is it-
bad at dealing with it.
What is it about our region, our area, that make people so anti-seatbelt? Because here's the thing. This has come up on the show in the past. We've seen numbers like this before. And apparently, the tickets that were written in the past have done nothing to keep people in our area
Yeah.
from clicking that belt.
Short commutes.
Ooh, but why? Our commute shorter than Syracuse
Yeah,
or Buffalo?
Or if I'm in and out of the car all day, if I'm working out of my car, I'm constantly in and out of the car, sales, deliveries, whatever.
We have more of that than Syracuse or Buffalo?
I don't know.
I'm asking. Like, is there something fundamental about the greater Rochester area going out towards Skinny Atlas, right? That we don't want to put our seatbelt on? Compared to Buffalo, compared to Syracuse, compared to the length of the effing throughway. Like, because those numbers are ridiculous, especially when we don't stand out in any other category.
Yeah.
And the strangest part about this, with our region getting far more seatbelt tickets than any other area in the state of New York, it's the easiest of all of the tickets to avoid. Like, tell me, you can be going 10 over and not realize because of traffic, get popped for a speeding ticket. You can glance at your phone at the wrong time and get popped for distracted driving.
Can happen.
There is no way to accidentally get a seatbelt ticket.
And there's also no way to, because like, like if you see a cop, you slow down or you put your phone down because you don't want to get caught. If you're not wearing a seatbelt, there's no way to put your seatbelt on where it's not super obvious that you're just putting your seatbelt on.
But I'm always figured you get those seatbelt tickets because you got pulled over for something else.
Okay.
But wouldn't you put your seatbelt on while the cop is
You might
walking
not
to
even
the
be
car?
thinking about it because you're so nervous. But because I always figure like the odds of them seeing me in my car driving and not seeing me have a seatbelt on, and I got pulled over for that, I always think are pretty low.
Well, you're not considering driving slow through like a construction zone where a cop's sitting there. You're also talking like street lights, red lights, stop signs, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
183 of them. 183 seatbelt tickets. Way to go, Rochester. Way to go, Finger Lakes
I
region.
wonder what the whack is on that.
Can we Google that, Kimmy? What a
$100?
seatbelt ticket is? Because if it's $100, you just lit $100.
If it's only $100, if it's like $500, I'll buckle it up. But if I'm an anti-buckler, and it's only $100, I'm letting it ride. Buddy.
If you are issued a no seatbelt ticket, you can be fined $25 to $100. $25 to $100.
$2,500 seatbelt ticket.
Sorry, $25 to $100 plus a surcharge of either $88 or $93.
So even with the 80 and 25, you're over a bill.
God damn. So wait, could there be a $25 ticket with an $80 surcharge?
Oh, yeah, we've heard people talk about this before.
Oh, man, what a whack.
It's where they get you, baby.
Well, that's where they get their money.
But think about this, man.
Yeah.
Like the seatbelt ticket is the one ticket where you have to make an active choice, not being impaired in any way to break the law. And it's the only way you can do it. And what's even more strange is seatbelt laws are the only one of these tickets, speeding, distracted driving, DWI, that exists solely for the safety of the people in the car.
Right.
Because speed can hurt other people. DWIs can hurt other people. Distracted driving, same thing. If you get in an accident with no seatbelt, you're not putting anyone else in any other car at extra risk.
Yeah.
It's just your ass on the line. So why would you risk your safety and then also the changing a ticket?
Well, I always figure I got all these airbags.
I don't think that's
Good enough, right?
I
got
would.
Bro,
side,
you're the most
front, back,
You're the
ass
most
bag.
You're like child size,
aerodynamic person I've ever. Like you should be in a car seat.
I would also think if you have kids, you're more likely to wear your seatbelt just to because they're going to point out immediately that you're not. Why do I have to wear my seatbelt and you're not wearing your seatbelt?
Yeah, they're total little narcs.
Yeah, and you do have to wear your seatbelt in the back seat in New York now, right?
I think if you're an adult, or is that just a kid rule?
I thought they
I
changed
thought you
it,
had to wear it.
but I
don't
could
know.
be wrong.
We think you'd have to wear it.
You know what this could be?
What?
You know what this could be?
What?
Because you're one of these dicks. We've had this argument before.
What?
If I get in the car and the passenger next to me doesn't put their belt on, I will not move the
I'm
car.
not driving to you.
Bro, I don't feel like if
I am the
something...
commander of this boat.
if
That's
something
why killed Lady Di.
they did.
I did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You watch The Crown.
Yeah.
I'm not going to watch you die because you want to look like Johnny Badass. Oh, check me out, guy. No seatbelt.
Well, I just want to be comfortable.
Shut up. Put
You
your
can't
belt on.
I can't get comfortable.
Look, man, I'm not dealing with PTSD.
It's itchy.
Shut up. Shut up.
PTSD.
I'm not. Bro, that would mess me up for the rest of my life. I watched one of my buddies die because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. We got in an accident.
And we know a guy went through the windshield. He was fine.
Is that why your face looks like that? But the point I'm making is maybe these extra tickets aren't coming from people that are driving the cars, but folks that are sitting in passengers in the
be, all
side.
right.
Yeah.
Because that would be your ticket, right?
Yeah,
If
that's
you're
a
an
good point.
adult.
Oh, so, yeah.
I don't think it's a driver's ticket. I think if you're an adult not in a seatbelt in the passenger
really?
seat, I think it's your ticket.
Oh.
But I could be wrong.
Okay.
252 WCMF with this word that we got far more seatbelt tickets than any other area in the state of New York, and that was the only ticket we excelled at. What the hell's going on with people here not wearing their seatbelt? Tim's on CMF. Hey, Timmy. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, brother.
I just wanted to chime in. I think, in my personal opinion, I think the whole seatbelt ticket thing is nothing more than a state money grubbing thing because.
Man! Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Because at the same time, like you said, to the same thing, you got boats and motorcycles you don't need a seatbelt for. You know what I mean?
Yet.
Well, okay, the motorcycle thing is funny because you're right. You got to write me a seatbelt ticket, but your bike doesn't have doors.
There's not anything.
Exactly.
But Tim, I guess the argument is when it comes to boats and motorcycles, I don't have things in front of me that I could fly through and die. Like there's no windshield on a boat that's gonna you know what I mean? Like I'm going over the top of it.
No, you could just hit a marina with a bunch of people in it with your boat, or
Well, yeah, but if I hit a building
Well, I
with a
almost
seatbelt
wonder-
on, I'm probably going to die doing
This
that.
might be a dumb statement, but is it more dangerous to have a seatbelt on if you're on like a bike or something?
Do they have motorcycle seatbelts?
Or
Yeah,
even
for
a boat?
wusses.
Like would a boat be dangerous if you're strapped in? And
Yeah, if it
the
starts
boat goes
sinking,
over?
yeah.
I would understand that. I could probably
Yeah.
understand.
Well, no, but
but
Tim, I
like,
know
That's
they
how we
make...
lost the Irish Navy.
But
I can't get out of this thing. I'm strapped in, laddie.
it's weird they had it's weird they had a bunch of Scots in the Irish Navy.
That's what happened.
Isn't that weird? Tim, no, but I've seen boats with seatbelts on them, so they exist.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's more for passengers, though. And I haven't really seen one in the driver's seat because, to like Kimmy's thing, like you would have to be able to move on the fly with a boat thing. But like the motorcycle thing, you trust people to ride a motorcycle safely. It should be at your own discretion if you want to wear a seatbelt or not. Like I said, I think it's just the way the state can say, oh, you know what? He's not wearing a seatbelt. Let's charge him.
Man. All right, but I'll ask you this question.
What's up?
Tim, are you a man that does not wear his seatbelt?
Depends on how I feel that day.
Why, though, Tim? Why?
Because like Tommy said, if I'm in and out of the car constantly, I don't want to, I just want to be able to pop out, pop in, pop out, pop in. I know my
Get a
my
move,
buddy
move,
that
move,
does
baby.
the like pizza deliveries and shit like that.
Whoa,
He
whoa,
doesn't
whoa, whoa,
really-
whoa. You don't wear your seatbelt? You talk like that on the radio? Tim, geez, what are you doing? Tim, listen, we need every listener we can get.
Yeah,
I
sure
need you
do.
to wear your seatbelt because if you die, our ratings are going to plummet by like 25% immediately.
Touche.
Timmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Tim.
So let me ask you a question because you would know this best. Did the school bus have seatbelts?
School
Yes,
buses
it
do have
does.
seatbelts, but you don't have to wear them after a certain age.
Hey, we don't care if you die
I think
now,
it's just
kid.
impossible to monitor that with a
Well, you
bunch
would
of
think
kids on
like
a
that's
bus.
one you'd really want to have kids buckled in.
Yeah.
Well, but again, I think it might go back to not
Safety.
the accident, but what you can fly through. Because if I'm in the back of the bus and we get in an accident, the odds that I am going to fly so far
Right.
forward that I'm going into the windshield are
Right.
slim.
Right.
Because, I mean, maybe that's the question.
Because like when you see the city bus, I don't see people wearing seatbelts.
No, but again, it's like wide and big, and you're not doing 70 in a city bus.
True.
Unless you're Keanu Reeves, and he didn't have a choice.
Yes.
Now, I don't look. Every time I hear people, they're like, "Oh, wear a seatbelt," and they give like those reasons. Like you're just doing it because you think it makes you look cool.
Yes.
That's the only reason you're doing it. And here's the thing. You're right. It's none of my business. You do you.
Yeah.
But like, let's not pretend like, oh man, I'm getting in and out of the car. I'm losing literally 0.3 of a second every single time. Those 0.3 of a second add up. If I had not worn my seatbelt today while I was at work, I would have been home 14 seconds earlier.
Now here's something else we're not thinking about.
What's that?
Fat people. And I know you're gonna make a
I'm
face,
not. No, it's a valid concern.
but like with fatties, it's hard to get that thing
you
over.
were
and
doing good.
And the chubbaloo hand can't get the pudgy hand
Chubbaloo
down
hand.
with the sausage finger to click it in there. So I'm thinking if let's say I'm a load, I'm a big old man. I'm a big old, like when you were like what were you, almost 300?
I was 300 pounds.
All right, it's 300. You struggle with the seatbelt.
I never struggled with my seatbelt.
I
Not
saw it.
one
I
time.
saw it.
You never
I
saw. You
saw it.
wouldn't
It
get
was
into any of
sad.
my cars.
I'm sure they make seatbelt extenders.
That's embarrassing.
Bro.
And what fat man wants to admit, I'm so.
Well, I think they do that on airplanes, don't they?
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
embarrassing because you got to ask for it.
We have had buddies of ours, ourselves included, because you're sitting here like you weren't a chubbalagoo years ago.
Yeah, but I wasn't massive 'cause I'm
really?
small.
Hey, did you not see the pictures we put up
I was
at your Tommy? This is your life.
I was a $185.
Yeah, $185. You're 3'4". We have known some big old boys.
Oh, yeah.
Like big old boys.
Yeah.
I've never once seen one of those guys struggle to put on a seatbelt. Those seatbelts go on forever. You can buckle people's
But it's like
cars across the
hard.
street.
But because you're so wide, your
It
ass can't
comes
get in there to
out.
click
Shut
it.
up. You lie.
You
What are
can.
click it.
I've seen people like try to strap stuff into their back seat, and they'll click it all the way over to the other
Yeah.
seatbelt
And they're
clicker.
fatter than that.
Let's take a break. Someone in this room just found out maybe they're not as good friends with some folks as they thought they were.
I've never heard of this move.
Well, no, I think it's more common than you think.
Oh,
This
it's
is
going on a ton right now, guaranteed.
Man, what's scuzz?
But wait a minute. You're Mr. If you have a chance to make money, you make money.
Okay, but you don't pull this move on a bro or a broette.
Kimmy wanted to go to the Bills game, and she thought she had tickets to get in, and you're willing to pay for the tickets.
Yeah, for sure. We just, we were inquiring.
It's how much someone she thought she was friends with
I was
wanted
a
her
little
to pay.
surprised.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There is a saying that one man has in the break room.
What's that?
Get that green,
Oh, yeah. Put it in the till.
get that money wherever you can.
Yes,
whenever
grab.
you can. There is not a place where there is bad money.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a problem with that idea in this context. Because there are some people you shouldn't try and make a profit off of. And someone in this room just found out that the friendship they have isn't as valuable as the money this person can make off of her.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, there was an incident out on the east side involving the Humane Society and a warrant and a seizure and all of this stuff. Not good, not good. And it's good that this was discovered because, you got some animals that probably need care. This person's probably unhealthy living in this situation. But the only reason this happened is because somebody didn't get along with their neighbor.
Oh, so there was a narc.
No, we don't know that.
Something. Somebody was affected by something.
Yes, the only way that we find out about these things is when a narc shows up.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So we all know the Bills have the Steelers at home this weekend, wild card round, Sunday, 1 o'clock, a game you can listen to live right here on CMF. And the tickets are expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Right now, you're not getting it in the door. Worst seat in the house for anything less than $250. And
Damn, per ass.
That could be going up because Bills fans are nuts.
Yeah.
Steelers fans are close and they travel well. This ticket is a hot ticket. And if someone wanted to sell them, especially decent seats, they can make a pretty penny, Tommy.
Sure.
That may have already broken up a friendship for someone in this room. Because, Kimmy, you said you and your husband were looking into going to the game on Sunday.
Yeah, so a good friend of my husband's, he put up a post on Facebook basically saying, like, DM me if you're interested in going to the game Sunday. And this kid has sold his tickets before because of his job, he can't make every game. So we're like, yeah, let's ask about it. Like, see what he wants for him. Like, my husband and I would definitely be all in on going. So they have a back and forth conversation, and we know how much his seats are worth at face value.
Okay.
Let's just say he tripled that.
What? He tripled the price of his tickets?
So what would that
Yes.
For you? Okay, so like my seats are like $130.
All right, so he's looking for over $300.
So he wanted about $400 a piece.
A piece.
For his 2 tickets.
For you and your husband who are his
person
friends.
that we've known for a really long time.
He said that to you.
Yes. Which, okay, fine. I guess you're trying to make a buck. But I would think that, like, maybe Facebook is the wrong place to go about that because you're only going to get people
That's a good
asking
point.
about it.
That's a really good point.
So we were just surprised. We're like, okay, yeah, no thank you. But we were surprised that, like, hey, like, you're upcharging all your friends and family right now.
Yeah, you don't even get the 10% friends and family discount you're going to get from AT&T.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it a dick move to gouge your friends on Bills tickets this weekend? And look, we use Bills tickets because that's what happened with Kimmy, but this goes for everything. Concert tickets, plays, things like that. Do you charge your friends and family more than what you paid if you can't go?
Friend gouging.
So, okay, here's what's weird.
What's that?
Like, you're immediately offended by this, too.
Yeah.
When you're the scummiest of gougers of all time.
Scummiest of gougers.
Scummiest of... If you were British, you would be Lord Scummington of Gouger. You're saying the kid's wrong?
Yeah, of course it is, man. I mean, you're really going to try to really rip off your friends, man.
Well, but here's the thing. Now, look, I'm with you. I think it's wrong. But there is an argument to be made that it's not ripping off. It's market value. I'm asking for market value.
But you're helping out a friend who wants to go to the game. This isn't a stranger. Like, I can see making a little bit of money off of it because there's value to it. But, like, to go 3 times the value of the ticket is an ass.
And maybe you could get that, if you're selling it on the secondary market. I was just surprised. Like, I would think, like, if you're taking, especially, like I said, to Facebook, you're just, you're trying to, give them to somebody that you know.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you a question. Because you said Tommy just said taking a little bit of a profit.
Yeah, I can understand, like, there's value there.
Okay, so if the tickets are $130 a piece, face value.
There's $260 total.
Yeah, so what is the appropriate amount of profit I'm allowed to make off a friend on those tickets?
Buck a ticket.
Wait, $100 a ticket?
Yeah. That's that.
Wait,
okay.
Okay.
On a really high, a big game like this.
Oh, in addition to the the cost of the actual ticket.
So you would charge your friends an extra $200?
He's charging $4.
That doesn't make you less of a piece of
Yes,
crap.
it does. It makes me $200 less of a piece of crap.
Bro, that's
And
just...
on the open piece of crap market, I'm a better deal.
How do you...
Now listen, the kid's not a millionaire. He needs money too. I kind of get it. And you want to go to this game?
Well, no, I know
mean,
I know for a fact this person has sold off like probably half of their season tickets. So I'm guessing they've come pretty close to making their money back. This is just profit.
Yeah, I understand. And there's nothing wrong with making a little profit.
But,
it's
yeah,
when you're trying to put the shaft to somebody.
No, that is the shaft. An extra $200 is the
It's not
shaft.
the whole shaft. It's the tip. You didn't feel the shaft.
All right, hold on. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you charge your friends or family a penny over what you paid for tickets, you're a scumbag.
Oh, I would think like maybe an extra $10 just due to like fees.
$10.
Right?
Well, no, I'm saying
Well,
what
like
you
they're-
paid, like
what
including
you
the
paid.
fees.
Okay,
What you
because like
paid.
there are extra fees and stuff.
I will say this, and let me take the other side here for a minute.
Oh, what you wanted the whole time, you bitch-ass bitch.
If you're a Kimmy
Yeah.
and you get these tickets for face value,
Yeah.
you're also a piece of crap, man, because you should have helped the kid out a little bit. Because like you're kind of ripping him off
No,
now
you're
because
not.
No,
he's
he's
got
breaking
$400 on the table and you
Okay,
just
well,
walked
then
away with
Go
nothing.
sell them for $400 a piece.
Yeah.
No, but you don't even offer. You don't step up.
But I didn't. I mean, I was asking. I was asking about these tickets because I can't afford the $400 tickets. So that's why I was, if they were going to sell them to me at face value, that's a great deal.
But you wouldn't offer a little something knowing that the kid could make money?
But I'm guessing you're selling them this way because you're not looking to make money.
I'm with her. If you put it
Man,
up...
look at you
No,
looking for
she's-
any reason to chintz out.
It's
you
not
queen
chinsing. You're
chintz.
breaking even. How is that chinsing?
You're going to be on the chintz cam with a couple of money guns.
I would not be bold enough to sell to a
Not sure.
buddy that much over the actual price of the ticket.
It ain't even bold.
I
It's
could
just
not do
scum.
that. I was going to say I
Not
could not do that
scum.
without feeling guilty about it.
It's the American way. And I'm not even taking all the money.
If you wanted to make a profit, 252-WCMF, 252...
You can. Nobody's stopping you.
Exactly. 252-9263. Again, Kimmy, her and her husband saw on Facebook one of their friends is selling his season tickets to the Steelers playoff game.
Yeah.
It's a hot ticket right now.
Sure.
You said he's charging triple the price. He wants $400
A piece.
a piece for these seats. So $800 when the face value. Okay. And he advertised to his friends. Like, tell me, he could have gone to the Ticketmaster resale site. He could have posted them there. And yeah, it takes fees out, but you're still going to make more money. The fact that you put it on social media where only people that are friends follow you means you were going to get someone you know.
Yes.
The best part, too, is, and this has happened to us before with other tickets, the person almost gets mad when you say no thank you. Like, oh, okay, no thank you. And they'll be like, well, like these tickets are actually going for $450 a piece, so I'm cutting you a deal. It's like, okay, well, that's fine, but I don't want to pay $400. But thank you, though.
But like, I love that argument too. They're going for $450, so go sell them there. It's called
Yeah,
capitalism.
but she's also kind of like bottom feeding on her friends, trying to find the sucker that'll give her the cheap tickets. Hey, dumbass. Yeah, you don't want those tickets, man. It's not even going to be a good game. I hear they're going to lose.
All right, let me ask you a question.
TJ Watt's not even going to be there.
Look at you naming names.
Well, he was in the news. And I like the Watt boys.
They're the worst, but that's a whole
The
other argument.
worst.
They're the worst. You hate going to Bills games.
Yes.
Okay. But your wife loves going to Bills games. She's
Yes.
a diehard Bills fan.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say I'm not using my tickets for a game.
Right.
All right. Your wife finds out.
Yeah.
And you go, hey, man, what can I give you for these tickets?
Right.
And I do exactly what Kimmy's friend just did.
Which is what?
What? I want $400 a piece
Right.
on my $130 tickets, and I can get it somewhere else.
I know.
I'm not a scumbag?
You're a total scumbag.
Shut up, you bitch-ass Scummington, Lord Scummington of douchebaggery.
He's not chintz.
Oh, he's king chins. You can't type me up.
Wait, no, how are my chins? Your chins. I am taking advantage of market price.
You're taking advantage of my market ass.
And I think it's one of those things we asked. That's not the price we want to pay. It's over.
So they
right?
got pissed. Were they trying to like
Yeah,
negotiate
that's
afterwards?
and that's fine. But I don't want to pay that. So no, thank you.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been sitting on hold. Let's get to the phones. Again, Kimmy's friend who posts on Facebook that he's looking to sell his Bills tickets for this weekend. She inquires, seeing, what does he want for him. He wanted $400 a seat, almost triple the price of face value to a friend. Let's talk to Tim. Hey, Timmy, you're on CMF, buddy.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, Timmy. What do you got?
Listen, $130 for tickets. I wouldn't give you $100 for those tickets the way the weather forecast is going to be sitting out in the cold ass.
Oh, and I forgot. This is sissy-ass Tim, bitch-ass sissy.
Lord Sissington?
Lord
No, I'm
Tim
not
of
a sissy.
Sissington.
I'm just not going to pay
Von Bitchburg.
$400 to go sit in 25-degree temperatures when the weather's going to be really shitty, man.
Whoa, you can't curse, Timmy. You
Timmy.
can't curse.
Come on, Tim.
Is that how you talk out in Bitchington?
You got to tighten it up, Timmy.
Well, it's just one of those things, guys. You got to prioritize. Is it worth it?
Well, for Kimmy, it is. I love guys like
I can't
Timmy.
imagine how your lips work in 25-degree weather.
Timmy, you sound like a good guy.
You're
But,
good egg.
but my favorite calls are like, you know what? I wouldn't even ask for him. Okay, well, this is irrelevant to you then because your friend would not be overcharging you.
That's right. I understand that.
All right, great.
That's wrong.
Okay.
Tim's out.
Tim's out. Thanks for the call, Timmy. Have a good rest of the day. Let's try this again.
All right.
252. You know what I wouldn't do? This discussion. Let's talk to Josh. Hey, Josh, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Morning, guys.
Yo.
I'm kind of in the camp of being able to sell it for more, but I do believe Kimmy's friend was in the wrong for trying to get that much and then being unnegotiable. Like, especially with friends, I'd be more, and me and my best friends do this. We're friends for 30 years, and we'll still do this to each
By
other.
the way,
where
you're
it's like,
not.
well,
If you're telling us this, you're not friends with them. They all hate you. They all hate you.
well, they still haven't said so, but maybe. But basically, it would be, I'll sell you these tickets. Right now, I could probably get about $400 for them. What are you offering? And then, depending on that, it's like, well, let me do this for you. And then I would probably knock it down to where I'd be making a 25% profit instead of a 200% profit.
Okay.
Just to, like, make them feel good and like, oh, I still got a deal, and you can still walk away.
Oh, just give me
with
the
a little
goddamn
something.
tickets.
To be honest, I probably would have been willing to pay like $200 a piece, only because I know like if you would get other interest from other people, then yes, you may be more justified in upcharging
So
the
you
price of
pay
those tickets.
$50 more a ticket?
Yeah, like I would say, well, if somebody else wants them too,
Excuse me, Mrs. Galasano. Let's pop the champagne corks. Here comes Kimmy 50.
Kimmy Fitty.
But if somebody was also interested, I would understand you may be in a little bit of a bidding war. So yeah, you may be. I could understand that person taking more for the tickets if there's more interest in the
Can
tickets.
you work a bidding war between two separate sets of friends? Is that unethical?
I mean, you might have to if there's two people interested.
But it's got to piss you off when you see one of your broke-ass friends trying to squeeze you for these tickets when you know they ain't got it, right? So, like, let's say you got a couple of friends, and, like, Kimmy, she ain't got no goddamn money. Right?
Yeah, that's what she's saying this whole time.
Right, so here she comes. Oh, those tickets. Oh, I got $50 for it. When I got legitimate friends over here with bank that'll spend.
Legitimate friends.
Right. Listen, everybody categorizes their friends like like the Titanic. You got your high-end friends. You got your middle-of-the-road friends, and you got those poor-ass people that died.
The steerage friends?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the steerage friends that are down with like, the goats and the chickens and stuff. Every friendship boat, Kimmy's down with the
Tommy.
chickens. She's
Tommy.
Chicken Kimmy.
Which friends are you in the room with right now, would you say?
Oh, chickens.
You're the most busted of all of us. Don't even pay for a house.
I
Josh,
think this all just comes back to don't do business with friends and family.
and that's what it is. He's absolutely right. Josh,
They will
thanks
F
for the
you
call.
every
I
time,
appreciate
bro.
it.
I know.
Well, let me ask you this question then, because there's other scenarios like this. Like, this guy can't go to the game, so
Right.
he's selling 2 tickets.
Right.
What if I'm taking someone to the game?
All right, so I'm going to ride with you.
Yeah, because I got my 2 seats, but I don't have anyone I'm in with. I own the 2 seats, so
Right.
I take someone with me every week, right? So can you charge more than face value if you are taking someone as your guest with you to the game?
I don't know what the protocol is there.
So so let's say, Kimmy, we're going to the. I go, hey, do you want to come to the game with me on
oh,
Sunday?
like we're going together.
Yeah,
okay.
you go, sure, and my face is $130, and I go, yeah, $300 for the ticket. But we're going together. We're going to spend the day together. We're going
That
to
is kind of a
together.
weird move. Yeah, that's even more strange. If I'm going with you and you're overcharging.
But it's market value.
Oh, that's the face value?
Well, no, my face is $130. Let's say I
Oh,
want
that's-
300.
okay, I
Yeah,
see what you're
market
saying.
value is 300.
I got you, I
Face
got you, I
value is
got you, I got you.
130. But we work market in this house.
Yeah, that would be strange.
Is that a scummy move?
It's weird because I'm also sitting with you.
Yeah.
Like I
and
only
I know
got,
how much you paid.
and it's only a half a deal. I didn't even get to sit with the people I want to sit with. I got stuck with you.
Well, we're friends.
Yeah, but you're like a zombie when you go to these
I am.
games.
Yeah, don't talk to me.
Yeah, that would suck. It was. I could see you pulling that move. I could see you pulling that move. I could see somebody pulling that
I
move.
was going to say, you son of a bitch.
No, but that would be weird, man. But I also know people that would pull that move thinking it's perfectly cool. Like he's doing me a favor.
Okay, so you're saying if I'm going to charge for a ticket, it has to be face value if I'm bringing you as my guest.
Yeah, if I got to sit with your ass, yeah.
I feel weird asking people for money, even face value.
I would too.
Like if I'm going to invite you, I kind of feel like I have to take you on my dime.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Kimmy's.
But like not everybody can afford to do that though. Like some
Agreed.
people, we're both fortunate enough to have rich wives. Not everybody's in that position.
No, even when I was busted, if I had a pair of seats I paid for and somebody bailed, I would feel like I couldn't ask the other person, the new person, for
But it
money.
would also eat your ass the entire time you're sitting there knowing you
That's
can't
a good
eat.
friend. All right, save the $300. Just keep doing that. Like,
I'd be worried though that people would start to take advantage of you
Of course they
if you
will.
were giving them that free ride all the time.
yeah.
And that becomes now the expectation.
Right.
252 WCMF. We got more calls coming in. Sit tight. Brian writes us on Facebook. Again, Kimmy's friend puts up on Facebook. He's trying to sell his season tickets to the Bills playoff game on Sunday. Her and her husband want to go. She inquires. He asks for $400 a seat, which is almost 3 times you said the face value of the ticket.
Yeah, from where their seat is.
Friends.
Yeah.
Friends.
But ass.
Brian writes on Facebook, there's nothing wrong with ever making a profit, friend or not. It's supply and demand, and that person will be spending value for someone else's tickets. Why not from a friend?
Oh, excuse me, Dow Jones.
Wasn't he in The Who?
Oh, yeah. He died. I think he drowned in a swimming pool.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Phil. He's got the last word. Hey, Phil, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I was a season ticket holder 2 years ago, and one of the issues I had is I tried selling some of my tickets to games, and I wasn't able to make the face value. So to Kimmy's point about her friend selling tickets during the season, maybe he didn't make money on some of the other games he sold, so now he's trying to make up the difference.
But
It's
the other
possible.
point-
I mean, you could be right. It's possible. I just just find it weird you're trying to do this to your friends and family.
it sounds like Phil has done this to his friends and family. Phil.
Every Phil I've ever
No, I have
known.
not.
Phil?
No.
Every Phil I've ever known is busted.
My other point is this: if he should have known his audience, if that was what he was thinking he wanted for the tickets, he should have put that in the post on Facebook.
Yeah,
That
I'm
way
with
he
you
wouldn't have
too.
awkward conversations.
That's a good point. Like, just put it out there, and that way everybody will know the price automatically. Like, it is funny that you had me, like, you wanted people to inquire privately.
No, but it goes back to Tommy's point about the Titanic. And Phil, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. How everybody has 3 sets of friends: your high class, your middle class, and your steerage friends. If he puts the price out there, if you call him, you're busted. He's got a price for Kimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. You're saying he's
If
giving
Tommy's
different
wife
prices to
calls
people.
him, Pittsford Tommy's wife calls
Yeah.
him, he's got a price for her.
Right.
Like, you're
Top
leaving
shelf
money.
price.
You're leaving money on
I
the
see what
table
you're
if you put the
saying.
price out straight up. That's why when you go to nice restaurants or nice car dealerships, it's the price is never written out.
Market value.
If you have to ask, you can't afford it.
So true.
And if you're charging your friends over face value for tickets, you're a scumbag, a huge scumbag. All right, let's take a break. There's a little bit of an issue out at a home on the east side.
Yeah.
Raided yesterday. And look, I mean, if the allegations are true, it's for a good reason.
Yeah.
What's funny, though, is this is one of those few crimes where you only get in trouble if someone else calls you on it, calls on you for it. And that would lead us to logic dictating that if this person didn't have some kind of problem with their neighbor, they would still be under the radar. And there are other homes, maybe worse than this, that are getting away with it no problem.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There is a situation happening at a home on the east side.
What happened?
And if this is a dangerous situation for these innocent things and this person, this is the right thing to do.
All right.
But if you were the person living next door, across the street, it would be on you and the people around you to make the call to get this fixed, which you are only doing if this is causing you or the person who owns the house is causing you a problem.
Oh.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. If you have things you got for Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever, that you don't want, you better move your ass.
What do I do?
Well, look, companies don't want to take returns anymore. And they are doing itty-bitty little things that they are not telling us about to try and prevent us from returning things.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Neither did I, but 10NBC figured it out. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. The Humane Society raided a home in Penfield.
I didn't know
yesterday.
they did raids.
Well, I mean, I guess they could do whatever they want. They got a lot of
Do
dogs.
they sneak in at night, with the battering ram and everything, like the SWAT team?
Freeze, Humane Society! So the home on Wayland Road had a search warrant issued due to, quoting the story on 13 Wham, a hoarding situation.
By the way, that's a really nice area of town.
Well, it was till this guy moved in.
I mean, if you saw this area, you would not think it's like scuzzy.
Here we go.
house.
So you're saying this
Put 'em-
house may stand out?
I don't know because it must have because it's a really nice area.
Okay.
It was east side, really nice.
It's upper. I would say this upper middle.
Bro, that's upper class. I hate idiots like you that have no
Upper
perspective.
middle.
That's upper class.
To you, but I'm saying like
No, there's a definition. Remember what we said? Upper middle is $90,000 a year in income, and everybody
I would
thinks.
say, all right, I would say, well,
Yeah, exactly. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to it. The hoarding situation, it seems, was specifically animals.
Yeah.
They say they removed a number of animals from the property, including 19, mostly cats, last night.
it's a lot of pussycat.
But here's the thing. Quick sidebar. 19 is a lot of cats. But after that house in Gates had over 100,
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
no number below 100 is going to
Yeah, that's the goat of cat.
But it's not even going to do it for me. Like, my brain is so broken. I feel like now, based on the 100 number, I could care for 19
Yeah.
cats if I really needed to.
Those are like Fitzpatrick numbers.
Yeah, yeah. So the house ended up being condemned by the town due to unsanitary conditions. However, the town says the homeowner is cooperating. The animals are being taken to Lollipop Farm.
All right.
So correct me if I'm wrong. The phone number is 252-WCMF. The only way authorities would show up to a place like this is if someone complains about
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
Because how else would you know?
Yeah.
You
I
wouldn't.
would think there had to be something that was affecting the other neighbors for them to actually make the call, right?
It could be a neighbor, or the only other thing could be somebody made a delivery there and noticed something.
Oh,
maybe.
okay. That's a good call.
Oh,
That's a
yeah, I
good
didn't
call.
But other
about
than that, who else would, to your point, who would do it?
No, I didn't think about that second one. Maybe
Yeah.
these are on the radar a lot more now because you're right. If the UPS or Amazon
And all
or
of a sudden they
FedEx
look
person-
inside and there's like 35 sets of eyes looking at you.
Constantly delivering stuff.
But that being said, I mean,
Yeah, think of how much food you would have to bring into that house to feed all these animals.
if you're feeding them the right way, because the
Right.
one in Gates had a bunch of mummified cats in there, according to the story. But I mean, but then again, on the other hand, those delivery drivers, they're peeing in bottles. Do I have the time to make a phone call about a hoarding situation?
You might get the right guy, with a
Yeah.
heart.
Okay.
Or gal. Gal's delivering too, and narking.
But here's the thing.
But
Just because someone is an animal hoarder or is living in unsanitary conditions doesn't mean they're a bad person.
yes,
Or,
it is.
no, it doesn't.
What does it mean?
You're
You're a
not
kook?
automatically a bad person.
But you're a kook.
You're oblivious, maybe.
Oblivious to 35 cat?
19.
Well, it's other. They
They might think they're doing a good thing.
didn't
I
get
don't
all the
know.
animals out yet.
That's not true. You didn't see the story.
But don't you think you're mental though?
Okay,
At least
there may be something going on.
you're not
with
bad, but you're mental.
Okay, again, you keep saying mental. Of all
Good
the
mental.
people that are going to keep saying this stuff, I can't eat anything because I'm going to get fat again. And my daddy messed me up real bad, and I got 3 divorces.
What's that got to do with the
I
cat?
got abandonment issues, but this person's a kook. Shut up.
All right, how about if
You
you're a
drunk?
How about if you're a good kook,
What does that mean?
like a good kook?
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Okay.
Kimmy, just because somebody has hoarding issues
Yeah.
doesn't mean they're a bad person and that they don't also get along with their neighbors.
But you're abusing
Sure.
animals.
Yes, you are. You are. But at
Mm.
the same time, if you have sympathy for that person
Right.
that lives near you,
Mm-hmm.
you get along with them well. Are you calling when you see a situation like
But,
this?
but there's animals suffering in the house.
Okay, if anybody is going to make the argument that you call no matter what, it ain't you. Because not only are you a known hider, you are a massive coward.
Yes, I am.
and you wouldn't want to cause problems, and you would come up with an excuse in your head, just like you did for all your buddies that were cheating on their wives and doing all kinds of criminal activity. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Really meant well.
Would you call on someone you liked if they had a situation like this in
It
your
depends
neighborhood?
how bad it got, I guess.
This one right here, unsanitary conditions and 19 animals.
The sanitary would gross me out.
So you'd call.
Like if there was like wafting, like it's summertime.
That's what I mean. It would have to affect you directly.
Like if I want to, how I like to sit out and have a drink and a smoke in the afternoon, evening time. I don't. What?
Oh, you're living in your wife's house for free, and that's affecting you, so you want to take.
I gotta smell a dead cat's ass while I'm trying to enjoy my cocktail.
I've seen some of the women you've dated. Is it that much different?
I don't know, man. I've.
252-WCMF, would you call the authorities on a neighbor for something like this if you like that neighbor? Let me paint you a picture.
Right.
75-year-old man, 12 dogs. It's a mess. But you get along with him great, and they're a very nice person.
He's a nice old coot.
Are you shutting that down, 252-WCMF?
I'd be worried they're just not taking care of themselves.
Right. Big problem.
I don't care
mean,
about
like,
the dude. What if I see some scrawny?
No, she's talking about the person.
I'm saying, like, if they're not taking care of, their home and pets, what are the odds that they take care of themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's a good concern. But let's go on the other side of this.
Right.
Even best intentions can lead to difficult circumstances. Because, Tommy, let's say they go in and they find the animals and they condemn the house like this. You're not allowed to sleep there.
Yeah.
So most of the time, people with hoarding issues, and I know this from watching Hoarders, big Hoarders guy,
Yeah.
they don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Where's he going to sleep? He's got nowhere to go. So you in
Shelter. What?
People don't like sleeping in shelters.
Thursday night Salisbury steak.
Wait, are you seriously?
Oh, bro, they eat good, bro.
No, they don't. I've volunteered there. You haven't. I'm saying, man, like even the attempt to help that person out.
Yeah, you could throw the guy out of his
He's
house.
homeless. He's got nowhere to go. So what do?
You'd have to invite him in.
You wouldn't.
No, because he smells.
Okay, so there you go.
I can't have a smelly person in the house. Could you invite a person in the house that ain't bathed in a month, ain't washed his hands?
No, but I don't think I would make that call in the first place, if I'm being completely honest. If I get along with that person, I don't think I'm making that
But
call.
let's say my wife makes the call.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, what are we going to do?
Right? And now he's homeless.
Okay.
And now Stinky Bob's got to stay at our house.
Would he
And he
even
is stinking.
want to stay at your house? No, I mean, you called anyways. Yeah, I mean, I would assume the second you make that call, that relationship's over.
But they're
right,
not going to
good
know
call.
it's you. I mean, it's not the cops are going to knock on the door. He
Well,
makes
they
Crime
might,
Stoppers.
no, but
Tommy
they might.
called.
But they might assume it's you if you're the only neighbor that's seen their living situation.
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
good
they
call.
might be able to pinpoint it right away.
I'm really pissed off at this dude for putting me in this position, to be quite honest.
Is that hard for you?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I have a beautiful home on Whalen.
You have no-
And I had to put up with this kind of nonsense.
You have nothing. You live in your wife's beautiful home on Wayland.
Well, I've secured a bed here.
252-WCMF. It's like you're in an actual shelter situation.
Oh, yeah, Salisbury steak.
We're talking about this story. Again, happened on Wayland Road in Penfield. A home that had 19 animals, mostly cats, was raided by the Humane Society. Police say they had to, the town said they had to condemn the house due to unsanitary conditions. The homeowner is cooperating. The animals have been taken to Lollipop Farm. But the question is, the only way that law enforcement finds out about these homes is when somebody in the neighborhood complains. And just because somebody has a situation like this in their life doesn't mean they're a bad person.
That's
You
true.
could get along with them. There could be extenuating circumstances.
Mental issues,
all of these
alcoholism,
things.
drug
all
abuse.
of these things. Yeah, exactly. Describing Tommy to a T. Are you making the call if you get along with this person? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Nothing much. You asked the question, you get along with your 75-year-old neighbor, but, he's got 20 dogs and cats. If there's any question that those animals are suffering of, in any kind, anyway, yeah, I'm definitely calling. I don't care if you're my best friend, I'm calling.
Okay, so I get it. I get what that's the virtuous.
I think more people would be like Jim. They'd call for the animal's safety than the actual person that lives there.
I understand totally, and that's the virtuous thing to do, and I get it. But here's the other question then, and this is where it becomes shades of gray. Let's go back to that situation where the 75-year-old man now has no place to sleep because they've condemned his home. I mean, is it animal suffering or human suffering that you're more concerned about in this situation, Jim?
Do you really want that answer?
Well, I think you already gave it to us.
No, actually, you know what? All right, so he's suffering as well. If a call is made and the authorities have to step in, then perhaps that guy is actually going to get better care than he's giving himself.
Okay, no, that's fair. But again, that person has to want to accept the care that's being offered. And that's where now we're going into a bigger thing about, that's a problem with a lot of homelessness situations and shelter situations for folks that get an abuse problem. I mean, like, Jim, it's this now big web that we have to unravel of right is right, except it causes things that make things not right. And now I'm on the hook for whatever happens. Like, Jim, what if you find out this guy, goes off the deep end because of this? Do you feel guilty for something like that?
If the animals are safe, no.
Okay. All right.
How about if I let the old coot stay with me,
Mm-hmm.
but I chain him up outside? And I feed him twice a day, and he's allowed
because
in the
God
garage.
knows Tommy doesn't have any more room in his basement. It's already full with children.
For God's sakes. Jim, bye. Have a good rest of the day.
All right.
Well, I guess hey, he was on your guys' side.
I
by the
know.
way.
Whoops.
All right, so I see you guys on hold. Sit tight for a sec. You brought up that you were shocked this happened in this neighborhood.
Yeah, it's a nice area. I know the area.
Okay. Why do you think hoarding has a zip code?
I always think it's the more money you have, you don't hoard.
No, the more money you have, the more ability you have to hoard.
I mean, usually when I see these hoarding things, it's kind of like scuzzy,
No.
like run down. I think of hoarding and like animals, like you have like a rundown crap hole.
I think of it more age-wise than I do, economic-wise.
What do you mean?
Like, I always assume it's like an elderly person that's hoarding.
Well, it would make sense. Like if you break
Not
down
so much where they live, but the age of
Where
the
they
person
hoard.
that lives there. Yeah.
Well, if you break down the dynamics of this whole thing, one, you need a lot of time to acquire things.
Right, you got to build up time.
Okay, two,
Ability to, I think sometimes, and because I've watched hoarders too, it's like they just don't have the ability to sort through it and clean it. They have health issues or whatever. That's where the problem starts.
and there's usually trauma involved with stuff like this,
Yeah.
where something happened in the past. Not only that, you also see when it comes to animal hoarding, especially, at least stories we've seen, it's folks that had families, had kids. You're trying to replace that. I'm
An
caring for
empty
something.
hole in your heart.
Exactly. But I would make the argument, the more money you have, the more ability you have to acquire animals and food to feed them. And then all of a sudden you look around and it's completely out of control. I would think of this as more prominent in places with money than without it.
Oh, I always thought it was all just scuzz.
Well, no, because you look at houses run down and you automatically think West Side.
Yeah. Well, if you look at like zombie home, busted ass home, your childhood home.
That doesn't mean hoarding situation, though.
No, but I would just figure,
Yeah.
this is what you do.
Yeah, when you don't think it through at all.
Right. This is why you ended up like this.
252 WCMF, again, talking about this home out in Penfield that was raided by the Humane Society. 19 animals, mostly cats. The house was too unsanitary. They had to condemn it. The owner of the home is cooperating, but it comes down on, do you call if you get along with this neighbor in this situation? Let's talk to Jerry. Hey, Jerry. What's up, buddy?
Yeah. I was a property inspector.
Okay, so when you say property inspector, do you mean like for a town, or do you mean like a home inspector, like when I bought a place, you checked it out?
For the state.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Jerry.
And I went to a house that had 23 cats.
All right. And?
And the only way I report it, if the neighbors smell like nasty smell coming from their house.
Sure.
Or if their house is messy outside and inside.
Okay, so you're saying most of the time it's going to be someone who lives in the neighborhood that's going to make that call. There's no other way to figure it out.
Right.
Okay. You know, it leads, Jerry, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. It leads you to start thinking.
What's that?
How many homes are just like this?
Probably a bunch we don't realize.
Yeah, we're not going to know because they get along with the folks they live
Especially if you're out in the country, you're never going to know. If you're out, like, you're not too close to your neighbors, man, you could hoard your ass off.
with. Yeah, you ain't kidding. So all you hoarders, just go buy some acreage.
Yeah, there you go. Pat says you got it.
We'll take one more call, 252 WCMF. Beth has got the last word. Hey, Beth, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, what do you got for us?
Well, I used to work for one of the local towns in the code enforcement department.
Okay.
And I would take in calls all the time from neighbors who didn't like their neighbors' yards or their animals or whatever else.
Yeah.
Okay. So of those calls, could you give me a percentage, just ballpark, that you thought that ended up being legitimate problems?
20%.
Wow, was that 1 in 5? It was that low.
So people aren't afraid to call, is what you're saying?
they're not afraid to call, but they are afraid to give their names.
Well, that I
Oh.
get. I mean, even if it is a bad situation,
Yeah.
like Tommy brought up, Beth, I mean, like if I get along with this person, but I am legitimately concerned for their health and the health of the animals, I don't want them to think I buried them. You know what I mean?
Well, I understand that, but from the town's perspective, they never gave out the names of the people who complained,
Oh, okay.
but people would still not want to leave their information.
All right, but
And
I mean,
will-
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Beth. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say my funniest story was I one time got a call. It was during the 2020 election, and he wanted to know if he could erect a statue in Trump's likeness made out of dog crap.
Okay, interesting. I got to think
And that was
election.
not against town code.
I have to think election season is when you get the most calls
sure.
with the
Oh,
yeah.
signs and the displays
Oh,
and all
yeah.
that stuff in small towns.
Yeah, we did get a couple of calls about like political campaign signs in yards like 2 months later, things like that.
Sure. All right. Well, Beth, thanks
Yeah, for the
thank-
most part, neighbors love to complain about each other.
True that. Hey, that's it. Well, come on back at 9:00 for Where They Whining and hear some more of it. Beth, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
You have a good one.
All
Bye.
right, take care. There goes Beth. All right, we got to take a break.
Okay.
Every business is trying to rip you off, man.
What's going on?
Well, look, everyone got some Christmas gifts, Hanukkah gifts, whatever
Yeah.
holiday you celebrate, right? And maybe you got some you didn't like.
Okay.
And you wanted to return or exchange those.
Yeah.
Well, if you haven't yet, you better move your ass because there are now new rules that they kind of didn't tell anybody about that are trying to keep you from getting your money back for the things they sold your relatives, friends, family, and we'll get into it next to the break room on CMF. They're trying to rip you off, man.
You're ripping me off.
And here's the thing. Thank goodness for 10NBC in the story last night because you weren't aware of this.
No.
I wasn't aware of this. We're the smartest people we know, so that means most people listening not aware of this. And if you want to get money back for those crappy gifts that we've given to you, you got to act like now.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, 96.5 WCMF. Story on 10NBC last night. Were you aware that a lot of major corporations now have holiday gift return deadlines?
Oh.
So every retailer is different, apparently. Like
I always thought if you have a receipt within a certain amount of well, I guess
I always thought it was
that'd
like
be
30 days. And I don't know why that number sticks out to me, but I thought you had like a month to return something for like full price.
So apparently they're now doing it based on like one set date for the holiday season. And this is, again, the story was on 10NBC last night. For example, at Best Buy, you have until January 13th to get a full
Man,
refund.
that's tight.
Yeah.
Sales in Target, January 24th. Apple is the most extreme. The last day for a full refund in an Apple store for any product bought in November or December was January 8th, which was yesterday.
Yeah, that's a big ticket item, most likely.
You ain't kidding. Like, what do they sell for under hundreds of
phone
dollars?
case. Right, yeah.
And even those.
Yeah.
So past this, Tommy, if that's not scummy enough, stores are making it even harder to return stuff, hoping you'll just keep it.
Yeah.
For example, if you now want to mail a return, some retailers are charging you for that. JCPenney, if you want to mail in your return, they'll charge you $8. TJ Maxx mail-in returns now cost $11.99, which is more than 70% of the products they sell at TJ Maxx.
Yeah, no kidding.
Even Amazon will now charge you $1 if you want to drop off your return at a UPS store, which has partnered with them.
And that's if you drop it off.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. So they're doing everything they can to keep us from getting our money back for stuff that we don't want.
Because my wife is like, and I'm sure your wife's the same way. Like my wife she'll come home with 4 things, and she's not sure what she wants yet. So she'll have all, and then she goes, "I'm taking these 2 back tomorrow." Like I never even thought of doing that.
Nah.
But she'll lay all that stuff out, and then we have another person we know that they'll throw a party at their house, right?
Okay.
So they'll buy a lot of high-end stuff like serving things. When they're done with it, wash them, return them.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Come on.
Wow.
I didn't know that was a thing.
It's not a thing.
That.
It
is. Like those chafing, those heater things underneath and all that. Well, it didn't work out right. We didn't need it. And they return them, and they take it.
And somebody's buying that full price, and it's already been used at like a party.
Yeah, I don't even know where it goes.
Look, I mean, what you're looking at here, they know these companies, Amazon and JCPenney and TJ Maxx and Best Buy, they know any little barrier will keep 99% of people from returning anything.
Yeah.
So something as simple as a $1 charge at
I'm
a
out.
UPS store, yes, could legitimately, I ain't paying $1. I'll just keep this thing that I spent 100 times on that and never use it.
If I have to print anything, especially for like the returns that you're sending back, I'm out. Or like my intent is to print it out, and then I just never do.
Here's how lazy I am.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Do you know that Nike has a sneaker guarantee for 2 years?
On a sneaker?
So like if you wear through it or something?
If it's defective in any way, exactly, for 2 years, you can get a full refund or they'll replace that sneaker. So the workout shoes that I had, the bottom started falling off because, I'm always busting my ass.
Yeah, you go full throttle.
Full throttle and throttle. Yeah. But I'm like 3 months within the window. So I go, great, brand new pair of sneakers.
Right, they'll give you a brand new pair.
They'll either refund you the cost of the sneakers or they'll send you a new pair of sneakers. It's amazing.
And you got 2 years.
Yes, you got 2 years, and there's a maker's date on your sneaker. It's like a bottle of wine, but with rubber. So I go online, and exactly what you said. I got to print it out. I got to send it back. Yes, they have to inspect the sneaker. I'm like,
never mind.
I'll just spend another $100.
My wife will do all of that. Because I told you when we were, I forget where we were at the airport, but you could get some money back on the stuff you bought.
Okay.
And like she was getting some money back, and I was getting a little money back, but I had to go to another window. I literally had to go to another window. I'm like, I don't want to do this, man. Like she marched me over there.
You're gonna do it.
And it gets your money back. And to your point, I would have never done any of that.
My husband is kind of this guy. So he's a big Lululemon guy. And apparently, I don't even know how he found this out. If you wear through certain clothing items before a certain amount of time, they will like take it to a tailor or send it in, and they sew it for you.
No kidding.
So if you blow out the ass.
Well, it's hard to blow out Lululemon asses. They're stretchy material.
Oh,
if your husband blew out a pair of Lululemon ass.
He I think it was a pair of shorts.
No, he did not blow the ass out.
It was the inside of the leg.
How did he do that?
Rubbing. He probably wore out from the rub.
And I think that they sewed it up, and instead of giving him like a new pair, which I think he was hoping for, they repair it.
No kidding.
Yeah, but he's like a big built guy.
Bro, these things, it's like wearing a wetsuit.
Have you seen his legs? They're like trunks. Like tree trunks.
I'm almost impressed.
He's hard on clothing.
Blew out a pair of Lululemon shorts.
I know. Wow. Well, fun fact, everybody.
There you know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, story on 10 NBC last night. If you're looking to return gifts you got from the holiday season and haven't yet, you better move.
Yeah.
Stores have set and not told really anybody about dates, final dates you can return or exchange things for holidays. Example, Best Buy, January 13th. Sales and Target, January 24th. And Apple was yesterday. So get to stepping and get that taken care of, because who wants to keep anything that you don't want? Or don't. I don't care.
Yes.
I'm not your mom. Let's take a break.
Right.
There's a storm coming.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure is.
Today, right?
Yep, tonight, this afternoon. And not only is there a storm this afternoon, there could be a storm this weekend, depending on where you live, where you can hear us.
And it's going to get really cold, I guess.
Yeah. But Rochester has a problem when it comes to storms and forecasts.
Yeah.
Because it could get really, really bad tonight, which would not be good.
Mm-hmm.
It could maybe not be as bad as they say, which would be awesome, except for certain types of people. And I'll explain what I mean. Because if you don't prepare, you're angry.
Mm-hmm.
If you do prepare and it doesn't happen, you're angry.
Oh.
And none of it makes any sense. And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Rochester has a storm problem.
Oh, yeah.
Not only with the potential storm coming today, but the way that we react to storms and all kinds of storms.
How we prepare?
Well, how we prepare and how we take in the information. Because if the storm ain't bad, we don't want to hear about it.
All right. What's the point?
But then when the storm gets too bad, why the hell didn't you warn me about this? You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you want to watch the show,
Watch us talk.
you got 4 options, and that's a lot.
Oh.
You got the Odyssey app. You got the WCMF.com website. You have YouTube, and you have Twitch. If you want to check us out on YouTube or Twitch, it's The Break Room WCMF. Search that. On YouTube, Twitch, you can subscribe. You can go back and watch the show later on YouTube. All of our shows get put up after the show, so you can watch it all there. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. Why didn't you warn me about this? There's a storm coming today.
Yeah.
45 to 70-mile-an-hour winds, depending on where you are in the area.
Yeah.
It'll start with a little bit of snow. Luckily, it looks like the forecast has changed where it's going to be warm enough where it becomes rain, excuse me. And local meteorologists the last couple of days have been sounding the alarm, letting folks know that travel could be dangerous, massive power outages they're preparing for across the area, and they're letting everyone know you should be prepared for this evening and tomorrow morning and to take caution.
You got to put away all the outdoor stuff, including your kids.
Yeah. You don't want Santas left out flying through people's windows. So because of the warnings from the meteorologists and all this stuff, naturally, people are going out of their way to tell the meteorologists how wrong they are.
Oh, they're wrong.
Yep. How tonight will not be a big deal.
It's not what you said.
And accusing these meteorologists, Kimmy, of trying to scare them for no reason.
They're doing it for ratings.
Exactly. Rochester has a storm complex. Snow specifically.
Yeah.
Because the majority of people in Rochester have to pretend like the snow is no big deal. Because if you're concerned about it, for some reason, that makes you a little bitch.
Yeah, you little soft boy.
You're a scared-ass snow bitch, and everyone will laugh at you. If the storm tonight or the potential snowstorm this weekend isn't as bad as the weather folks say it could be, you could bet your ass that on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, they will be going after these meteorologists to tell them how wrong they were. And somehow I'm smarter than you. You got a college degree in meteorology, but I keep a weather journal, and I looked up in that weather journal. But there's another side to this, Tommy.
What's up?
Those same people, if the weather turns out to be actually bad, will get pissed because they'll say, nobody told me how bad this could actually be. Plows aren't out. Folks bought all the milk and bread at the store. I didn't give myself extra time to get enough work.
Yeah.
If it's not enough snow, I told you so. If it's a lot of snow, I didn't prepare. Therefore, you didn't warn me enough. And the same thing goes for wind and rain or whatever. And there is no in between those two things.
That's true.
And you're one of these guys.
What I do?
What do you mean what I do?
Weather guy.
What? Me, I'm a regular guy.
You're one of these
You
guys.
would have a weather journal if you could spell.
I do keep an eye on the weather all the time.
Okay, but you're one of these dudes who thinks he knows better than the folks he's getting his information from.
No, but I'm using their information, and then I enhance it. I here's what I do.
You have a ranking of weather meteorologists in this town.
Oh, yeah, everybody does. Like, there's a place I go for my weather. There's a place where I go for my sports.
No.
And there's a place where I go for my other news.
You go to different channels for
Yes, of
different
course he
parts of the
does.
news.
So, if it's weather, I go to a certain channel. And I don't want to say,
Sure,
you
that's
know,
fine. It's
we
fair.
love them all, right?
Fair.
And then when I want to go for my sports, I go to another channel because I like Catalana. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you move around a little bit.
That's weird.
No, it's not. I'm old. The news
that
is
just takes
designed.
like a lot of effort.
Yes,
you know
like
what
you
I
have
mean?
a remote
Switch
in your
around.
hand actively.
I used to just kind of like let it
No.
stay on TV and run whatever channel it's
The
on.
news ain't for y'all. No, because
I
you're
think
not
it's
old
for
enough.
everybody.
No, you're not old enough for the news.
To appreciate the news.
We do
You
this,
don't.
we
You don't
talk
appreciate
about
the
news for
news.
a living. I watch the news.
But you go in all your hipster, downtown news. You're
Yeah.
over here with the news.
Yeah, like just a second ago when we used a story from 10 NBC, and then the story before that we used from 13 Wham, the story from
you go
640.
you go beyond local news. You will tell us the names and backgrounds of like the National Weather Channel
It
and
gets
National
so
News.
creepy.
Yes.
So creepy.
It's called getting information.
It's so weird.
Yuck. So folks in Rochester, as we talk about this windstorm, we're really good about dealing with weather. But that can also create a massive problem.
Why is that?
Folks in Rochester seem to get too comfortable with unpredictable weather. For example, Kimmy, are you a good driver in the snow?
I take caution.
Would you describe yourself as a good snow driver?
Yeah, I think so.
Tommy, are you a good snow driver?
I'll get there, yeah.
Okay.
I got to warm up a little bit to the snow.
But
My track record's okay.
Okay, but that's just it. Neither of you are good snow drivers. Neither am I. We've just been good so far.
Well, you got to deal with it.
Because there are so many variables.
Well, that's what I'm going on.
Well, exactly. But there are so many variables when you leave the house and there's snow all over the place that all of a sudden you could be a bad snow driver. And that's before you take into account the other people on the road who could make their problem your problem very quick.
Everybody's sliding into each other.
You got it. Everyone's got this. I know what I'm doing. Nothing bad will happen to me on the road or in the store mentality. And every person you see spun out on the side of the road when there's a snowstorm had that very thought before they got in their car and left for the day. And that same comfortability can leave folks unprepared. We have this debate every season.
What's that?
AAA Tommy, when winter starts, tells people to have things in their car for winter driving just in case.
You got to have your survival pack.
Scrapers and brushes, obviously.
Yeah.
An extra coat, an extra blanket, bottled water, some snacks in case you get stranded. Every year, same thing. And every year, Tommy laughs and makes fun of the people who do it.
Why do I need an extra coat? I wear a coat to go out because it's snowing. Why do I need a second coat in my car?
In case you get stuck.
I got a coat. I'm wearing it.
You wear two coats to cross the street.
Yeah.
Right, so I don't.
You layer up.
I need a third coat in my car.
All right, well, maybe not you.
I got scraper.
Okay.
I got brush.
What if you get
I don't have food.
What if you get stranded?
Get out of the car and walk to Wegmans.
Okay.
Oh my God, there's a Wegmans within 30 feet of everybody in this country.
Okay. You laugh, and people call up and they support you. They go, oh, no one ever needs something like that. And then we saw the storm that happened last Thanksgiving in Buffalo. And yes, it was a once-in-a-generation storm.
Right.
But people got so comfortable, they put themselves in very dangerous positions. They didn't think they could handle it, and then all of a sudden, they thought they could handle it, then all of a sudden they had to handle it, and it got very bad very fast.
I'm guessing a lot of people have ditched their safety precautions only because the winters we've had recently have been so mild.
Really light.
Because I'm thinking even me, I used to keep a shovel in my car. There were a couple of winters here where I literally had to dig myself out of my spot.
Yeah, some guys in the building probably should have helped you with that.
Yeah, really.
We haven't had that in a while, so there was one day where I took the shovel out and I just never put it back in.
Why
But
would
for
you?
a
'Cause
long
it's a
time,
pain-
I had one in there at all
But it's
times.
probably a pain in the ass. It's always in the way.
It's really not. I mean, it just sits in my trunk.
So here's the other thing, and you know as well as I do. A couple of former fatties. Snacks in the car?
Yeah.
How long does that emergency
Yeah.
snack pack last? And where all of a sudden you reaching for them nuts
If you like-
and them Cheez-Its and whatever else, your little Debbies, and your little safety package is gone before you hit Henrietta.
If you have kids.
You have to keep them in the back. You have to keep them out of
Because
arm's
that
reach.
stopped. You know what? You know why I was fat?
What is that?
Because it was too close to the food.
No, that is kind of why you get fat.
I'd walk to
Too
the food.
convenient.
I would crawl to the food.
You have to. Okay, one, it has to be a food you don't love. It's got to be like trail mix or
Yeah.
something, like something that will sustain you.
But
and
even
tolerate.
that, if I'm desperate and I know it's back there and I'm munching, I'm going to eat.
No, like I always I have trail mix. I don't love trail mix. I can muscle down trail mix. I know I'm not going to eat it while I'm in the car. So you're right. If I keep a case of Kit Kats back there,
Gone.
those suckers are gone. I'm with you 100%. You just got to be smart about it.
All right.
I guess what I don't understand is, again, we're having this discussion tonight. There's a windstorm coming, according to meteorologists, 45 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, depending on
Scary.
where you are. In Rochester, there's going to be snow that turns into rain with it. There's also potential for a snowstorm this weekend in our listening area, depending on where you are. Why would you not be prepared as possible just in case?
I guess because it takes time.
No, but it doesn't. Like you.
Well, it does take time.
By the way, again, if anyone's going to complain about time, you leave here at 9:58 every morning.
I'm prepared.
And you have nothing to do until you come back here at 5:59 the next day.
So, like, I have enough food in the house.
In the house. You drive your house? What do you got, an RV?
By the way, I've been living here now for 30 years.
Here we go. Famous last words. Unpopular radio
know.
personality
Don't do
dies in snowstorming car.
Not going to die.
Was one trail mix bag away from survival.
It was in the trunk. I couldn't get to it. It's just, I guess I've never had a need for it.
But the older you get, and I
Yeah.
don't mean this as a slam.
Yeah.
I mean this is a kind, concerned friend.
Here
You
we
old
go.
bastard. The older you get, the more important this stuff becomes. Because now, like, you're right. 25-year-old kid gets stuck in his car, he might be okay. You, at your age, 15 minutes with nobody watching you, you're going to die.
All right. I'll load up today. I'll get my big old snack pack on.
No, it's just
and my shovel.
It's just so weird to me. And Kimmy, you can back this up. How we tie being tough and being unprepared together.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh, yeah, I don't need that. I'm tough. I will make sure that I am on death's door if something terrible happens. Like, why does that make you tough?
Because it makes you not scared. I'm not scared.
But you don't know how tough you are until you're in the moment. Like, what if you go, I don't need this stuff, and it turns out when the moment hits, you go, oh, it turns out I'm not as tough as I thought I was. I have made a terrible mistake.
So I got to go get the rock salt, the kitty litter, the shovel. How am I going to sit my car?
What do you have in your trunk?
Necessities.
You have nothing in there. What do you have?
I have 1 case of water because I bring this into work. I bring a bottle of water.
So you're too.
So I do have water. Technically, I have water in the car, but it's for work.
Only because you're a cheap ass bitch.
And it's work water, not stranded water.
And you won't drink the filtered water out of the
I'm not
thing.
touching that hoey ass water we got upstairs.
Wait, your mom serves it?
Maybe. I don't know. She's from the area.
By the way, I make fun of Rochester. Rochester isn't alone with this.
Yeah.
Whatever extreme weather folks have in their area, they'll play it off like it's no big deal. People in Florida, Tommy, will tell you 102-degree heat doesn't affect them.
No.
They'll sit in their homes when hurricanes hit. Folks in the Midwest will look at you like a puss when you get nervous about a tornado warning. My great aunt wanted me to, quote, experience an earthquake when I visited her in California as a teenager.
Fingers crossed.
None of these things we can control. They're all out of human control hands. All of them can have terrible consequences. But if we're tough, no big deal. You just go through and man.
All right, so let's say it really hits.
Okay.
Bad stuff going down,
Sure.
Pat. And we're days or maybe a week or two catastrophic situation like that ice storm.
Yeah.
I'm figuring most people don't have enough resources to have that much going on, like food and stuff.
So what are you talking about having the money to do that stuff?
Money and the time and what do I need, and not thinking it through because don't forget you don't have any power. You have to. It takes a lot of thought.
It doesn't. It's pretty simple. You need basic human survival necessities: water, something to eat, and something to keep you warm.
For how long? That's my point.
What's wrong with having a week's worth of stuff?
That's a lot. Do I need it in my car too?
Not a week's. You're not
Well, look at that kid. They just found 8 days in his car. By the way, that kid lets that 8 days in his car. He had nothing.
Again, he's a kid. He's a kid. You are not a kid.
I could go 8 days.
Bro, you would go 20 minutes, you'd start touching yourself. He's doing it right now. If you're watching the live stream, stop watching the live stream.
Not at my age. What about alcohol? The first thing I would want at my house is alcohol.
Yeah.
Well, you want to enjoy
though.
What?
Not the car.
Yeah.
They
Seems like a bad decision.
You'd get a DWI 7 days after you got stranded. He was technically behind the wheel of the car. That's DWI.
What if I'm in the back seat?
I think that's
open container still.
They're going to give me open container. 8 days have been in this car.
I don't think you can be in there with the keys, right? Is that...
I don't know.
That's
Now we're doing like what people
heard.
Look, there's nothing wrong.
Just prep up.
I'm saying there's no reason to not be prepared. And
That's
especially when everyone's telling you, and be careful tonight. Again, they're saying they are expecting trees and power lines down, possibly for the commute
Stay
home.
out the road if you can.
No, that's what they're saying.
Right. What?
You should drive. You should go on a nice long drive around the highest areas in Rochester. See what's going on at Bristol Mountain.
Oh, I love Bristol this time of the year.
Let's take a break. Did you see the story coming out of Batavia this week?
What happened?
There is a gentleman who got a very interesting parcel in the mail.
But it wasn't his?
No, it was not addressed to him, although it was addressed to his actual address.
Oh.
And this piece of mail was a little late.
Oh.
A little late. And it has kicked off a massive mystery of where this came from.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We have a hell of a mystery coming out of Batavia.
What's going on?
Well, getting a letter in the mail that isn't a bill, that's surprise enough these days.
Yeah.
Right? But what one man found in his mailbox kicked off a mystery that has been 75 years in the making.
Wait, 75 years?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It is Tuesday today.
Tuesday.
We are about 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite competitive for no reason, and everyone ends up hating each other when it's all done break room game. Where They Whining comes up just after 9 o'clock. Be there with your friends just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. Dan Dickens lives in Batavia.
Danny Dickens?
That is the most Batavia name I've
yeah.
ever heard. Dan Dickens, where's he live? Batavia. Of course he does.
Double D? What happened?
The day after Christmas, he got a postcard in his mailbox. Quick sidebar. When's the last time either of you got a postcard?
I can't think of the
I don't know
time.
if I've ever received a postcard.
Okay. Even more strange, the postcard wasn't addressed to him, but was addressed to his house.
Oh.
The name was to a woman that he had never heard of before. But by far, the weirdest part of the story, the postcard was sent on September 14th, 1949.
Jesus Christ,
What?
man. Post-war postcard.
Somebody just find it.
Yeah. The postcard's 75 years old, and for some reason it showed up at his house, right on the address on the postcard, just a scotch late.
Yeah.
Dan wanted to get to the bottom of
So
this.
is this something the post office found?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like maybe it like fell underneath something and they just uncovered it, so they sent
Or
it.
did somebody find it and just throw it in a mailbox?
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I want to
that
know
too.
what's on that postcard.
Oh,
too.
my God.
What a
There's so many
1949
questions.
postcard would be.
So he posted a picture of the postcard on a Batavia History Facebook page to see if anyone knew anything about this, and he got a little bit of information.
Right.
So the postcard was sent to a woman named Catherine McClintock. She lived to 93.
God damn,
She-
McClintock.
She died in 1967.
Oh,
But she died
So
before
she was-
Nixon was in office.
Yep.
so she was old at the time this thing was sent.
She died.
Older.
She died before RFK was shot.
Yes, yeah. Here's the ass kicker. She's got no kids. She had no kids. So
Wait, she was a spinster.
I don't know if she was married, but she didn't have children. So no one seems to know anything about her. The only information anyone could find is that she was survived by 2 unknown nieces. And that information only came from an obituary that someone dug up from 60 years ago. So we don't even have any real information on the woman that the postcard was addressed to.
And there's no return on a postcard, I don't think.
Well, no, there's a return.
Oh, there is?
Okay, so we'll get to that. The big question is what you guys are trying to figure out here. Why did this postcard show up 75 years later at an address in Batavia? And that is what's up for debate. The phone number is 252-WCMF because there are some theorizing, as you guys just brought up, that the postcard got stuck in some kind of equipment, and when it was discovered, they finally delivered it to the home.
How else, right?
But folks in the know say that's a very rare occurrence. First of all, the post office probably wouldn't still have equipment anywhere in the country that was there in 1949.
Yeah.
So they would have found it a while ago.
You got it. And not only that, if it were to be found that way, they would take other steps instead of just delivering the postcard to somebody. There is another theory,
What's that?
and this comes from folks who work at the post office. So apparently, people will go to like flea markets and garage sales and things like that and buy old postcards.
Okay. That are written out and
Yeah,
been mailed?
yeah, because they are like pieces of history. Some
Oh,
of those
yeah.
postcards are like little pop art, right?
Right.
They'll then put a stamp on it and put it back in the mail.
Oh.
Oh.
So this
Okay.
postcard had a postmark on it from 2023 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, so there's part of your mystery solved.
Well, that's possible. We don't know for sure. That wouldn't be out of the question. But it would be the funniest explanation out of all of them is that somebody just bought this at a flea market or a garage sale, messed with the owner of the house, put a stamp on it, and popped it back in the mail.
Well, would this woman's name have been on it?
Yeah. No, I'm saying it would have
Oh,
already been
are
done.
all
They just
the
put
steps filled out? Okay.
Everything is already done. You
All
bought
right.
it the way that it
Gotcha.
was. You just popped it in the mail.
Yeah.
The post office also says that some of letters like this that are delivered decades later are found unsent in attics and basements when
Oh.
homes are cleaned out.
All right.
And people that discover them, some want to bring them to the post office and get them delivered, which the post office says they will do within reason.
Okay.
But even that explanation is weird.
Yeah.
Because if someone...
Why would you do that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're in Milwaukee. You clean out a basement.
It's obviously it's postmarked, so you know how old this postcard is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So why would you think that person is long gone?
Yeah.
Well, no, this wouldn't have been postmarked. Like, let's say they had it in the basement and it was never sent. It was just put away.
All
You
right.
would then send it to the mail, but it had a date on it, 1949. But even if you were that person in Milwaukee, if you put this back in the mail, the odds it would get to the relatives even of the person it was meant for.
If that's what you're hoping.
This woman who died, this woman who was addressed to, she was born in the 1870s. She died in 60s.
Post-Civil War.
Yeah. She would have only had great-great-grandchildren left if she had kids.
Right.
And those folks could not even know her name.
They may not even be in the area.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, putting it in the mail wouldn't do anything for you.
That's so interesting.
The bottom line is the story of this postcard in Batavia will likely remain a mystery until the end of time, which totally sucks because now I am 100% invested in Dan Dickens and his 75-year-old Batavia postcard.
What would you go ahead? What would you do if you got it though? Because there is this weird obligation to keep it, even though it's not meant for me.
Okay.
I would feel guilty throwing it away, but there's nobody to give it to.
What are you keeping it for?
Right.
Just because it's such an oddity. I would have to hold on to it. The odds that this thing fell in my lap from 1949, I'm definitely holding on to it.
Okay, but like, that sucks because you know why?
Why?
If you get invited over to Tommy's house, everyone now is going to have to see the postcard. I don't care.
Which is weird because you don't even keep your own family's memorabilia, but yet you want to keep this mystery woman's postcard.
So when you did the roast for me, you had my wife behind my back grab pictures.
Yes.
Yep.
So a lot of the stuff I have are in 2 little suitcases upstairs of all the pictures I've had through my life.
It's like you came from Ellis Island.
Pretty much, right? I'm packed to go. If I ever get kicked out of this country, I'm already packed. So in there are all my stuff from the road that I collected, right? And one of the things I collected from the road
were all of the reviews that boo. From the Paducah Times, it just says boo with 45 O's on the end of it. Sorry, you were saying.
So I purchased a lot of postcards when I was on the road to places I went to, right? So usually were these tourist traps that I would go to, and I would always grab one of the postcards. They were like 10 cents, so I grabbed one. So she goes, why do you have all these postcards you've never sent out? I said, because they're from like Oil City, Pennsylvania, and like Grand Island, Nebraska. There was like some weird thing, and I bought the postcard to have it, But like, I never sent. She found it odd. I had all these postcards. I never mailed any.
No, I get it. I mean, I used to buy like the nuts they would put like the googly eyes on and have like a flag that said Quad Cities, Iowa.
Right. You just bought that stuff as a almost
souvenir
like so I'm dying to know because that's 1949. Most people didn't have a lot of money to take vacations back then.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the time you sent a postcard because you're on vacation.
I can tell you what's on the postcard.
Oh.
Not the words written, and we'll get to that in a second.
The picture?
Again, yes, if you're just joining us, we're talking about this guy. His name's Dan Dickens. He lives out in Batavia. Day after Christmas, he got a postcard in his mailbox from 75 years ago. It was addressed to his house, but it was addressed to a woman named Catherine McClintock. Long story short, he takes this thing. He doesn't know where it's from. He puts it on a Facebook page in Batavia. They found this woman. She lived at his house, died in 1967 at the age of 93, but she had no kids. She was only survived by 2 nieces, which people found out when they discovered her obituary from Batavia. So it sounds like she died in Batavia. Mm-hmm. But that's where the mystery ends. And they don't know why it took so long to get it sent to Batavia. They don't know who this woman was or what she was doing. On the postcard, it's a picture of the Capitol building from Reno, Nevada.
Oh,
so a little
postcard
vacation
from Reno.
Maybe. Or maybe the postcard originated in Reno, Nevada. Maybe that person who sent it was from Reno, Nevada.
Okay, it could be that.
Keeping in touch.
And here's the thing. Dan Dickens, we never met this man. He sounds like a really great guy just based on the alliteration of his name.
Mm-hmm.
But he did one thing that's really bothering me.
What?
He didn't tell anybody, at least in the story, what's written on the
Oh,
postcard.
yeah, I want to know that too.
Yeah.
What is on the what
Yeah,
did
that's
they
the biggest
write?
mystery.
Thank
It's got to be so lame from back then.
I still want to know. How do you know it's so lame
That's
from back then?
something he feels like he has to keep private.
It's 1949. There was a lot of stuff going on in this country in 1949. You're just about to go into you're Korea. Are you Korea?
No, Korea hasn't happened yet.
50s. All right, so you're start of the Cold War.
Atomic bomb tested.
In
Reno.
Nevada. In Nevada. What's on the postcard, Dan?
I got to get up real close for the explosion yesterday. More details to come.
Because I guess to your point, at this point, whose privacy are you trying to protect if there's nobody's?
Because the postcard's wide open anyway.
Yeah.
Anybody can see it.
You're right. There's no envelope to it.
Right.
Look, if you know Dan Dickens in Batavia, and you can hear our voices right now, next time you see him, you chastise him for not sharing what's written on the postcard that he got from 75 years ago.
Unless it's bad news or something.
Or unless there's nothing written on it, really.
Why would you just send a postcard with a picture of the Capitol building? I'm in Nevada. Check me out. You cannot check me out because we have not figured out a way to send photos instantly.
And I don't think Reno at that time was like a big gambling mecca yet either, because like gambling was just starting in that area, like in Vegas.
Yeah.
So I didn't even know if Reno was just a little farm town.
Bro, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And skiing.
Well, all these things.
Do they ski in Reno?
I don't know.
It was a blue-collar mining hub at the time.
Bro, I just bought new overalls to go into the mine. Things are okay. The birds stopped chirping. Let me stop writing, and I'll write you back tomorrow.
I just can't beat this cough, though.
But, now the fact with the idea that we don't know what's on the postcard. Think about, now that we know that these postcards may have not been delivered, and it's like we always say on this show, if we have one story like this, there are 40 stories like this. You know what I'm saying? There are other people who never got letters or postcards addressed to them from years ago. And think about 75 years ago, some of that insane information that could have been there, because the only way to communicate was paying a whole bunch of money for a long-distance phone call that maybe people didn't have, or to send it via letter.
Right.
And in some of those letters, you could have had letters that contained information like, I am in love with you.
They're vital.
Yeah. You are the father of my child. I was sent away.
Kind of glad I didn't get that one.
The person you think is your mother isn't actually your mother.
You're adopted.
All of those letters got written back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And if they never got delivered, there would be two people for the rest of their lives that lived in totally oblivious bliss, I guess, that the other person never got the information.
Which is kind of good. Unless it's bliss.
But unless it could have changed your life for the better.
Nothing ever gets better, Pat.
Well, what does happen with that mail? Does it have like the mail that, return to sender, but there's no return address? Like, do they keep it for a certain amount of time and then it all gets thrown away?
That's the question. 252 WCMF. What do you do with undeliverable mail? I know we are big with post workers because that's the kind of clout we have in this town.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there like a dead letter office or something?
Oh, the office of dead letters.
It's got to happen all the time.
I don't. How hard is it to write a letter?
Or just any mail. Any mail that can't be delivered. Where
I always
does
thought
it
they
go?
just burnt it after a while.
Why would they burn it?
What are you going to do? Store it?
You just throw it away. Why would you have
burn
to
it or
burn it?
destroy
No, it's
it.
just so funny how
Shred it.
You're so 4 years old. You put it on fire.
Well, we used to burn everything.
With dinosaurs.
Remember we used to have incinerators at every building and they just burned stuff?
No, Dan's Postcard. They just burned my overalls because of the toxic gases in the Reno mines. 252 WCMF again. We're talking about this postcard delivered 75 years late to a man named Dan Dickens in Batavia. It wasn't addressed to him. It was addressed to a woman who, it turns out, died in 1967 at the age of 93. She died with no children, so the thing's gone cold. I also want to talk to this woman's nieces, who could be dead, by the way.
But they might not even know the old bird.
You know your niece. You know your
No,
aunt.
I mean, if she died in 67, her nieces, I guess they could be gone too. You're right. They could be in their 80s.
You know what's funny? Like, if I knew that it was just a lame postcard, I would stop thinking about
I'm
this.
sure it's a lame postcard.
It's the mystery of what's on the postcard that wants to
the
get
story behind it.
Exactly.
Well, I want to know who wrote it. Like that person.
That's what I'm saying.
Was that her lover?
Okay, see, we automatically go to the scandalous.
Well, no, not scandalous, but let's say they had, they lost contact with each other. They could have served. They could have been in a war. He could have met her, and he moved away, and he still had a bone for her. And what? You don't know? It could have been a love letter.
Is it
Could
early
have been.
sext?
No, that would be
Dear Catherine, I think about you nightly in the mind. Speaking of shafts.
Well, what's weird, and I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
Like famous people in early American history, they save their correspondence with other people, and like there are sexual letters that they've discovered from like famous people that were written, whatever. But like the idea that you could get sexually aroused by reading a letter that was written weeks before. No, there's not even pictures. It's just
I
like
traced my penis.
Oh, Lord, he sent me a penis tracer. What did I tell him? Never send me penis tracer. Gentlemen, never send an unwanted penis tracer. You know what's funny, too, if he was tracing his penis? Like, you could tell it would follow the line of the penis, and then, like, the last 3 inches would be a little squiggly, because, he went a little bit farther than his penis actually was.
And the fact you could fit your entire penis on a postcard is pretty sad. Postcards aren't very big.
Well, they're probably like 6 inches.
Well, you had to go corner to corner.
Bro, I bet you the average, if the average man erect is just under 6 inches.
How big's a postcard?
It's got to be more than 6 inches. Yeah, the average man, American man, could fit his penis on a postcard.
Okay.
If you traced it.
All right.
That would be funny. I mean, it's super on that. Like, if next trip I go on without my wife, I'm going to buy a postcard.
Okay.
I'm going to trace my penis and I'm going to send it to her. But it's got to be long enough where she gets it before I get home.
Or,
Not
like,
my penis.
folds out.
Folds out. No, she know I'm lying. No, but like the idea that you could sexually stimulate someone by writing letters,
A love letter.
weeks in advance. Well, no, but like some of them are sexual.
Well, but think about, I mean, there are books that do that for people.
But they couldn't be too sexual in a postcard in 1949.
Because
that
people
would have
would
been
see
flagged.
it. Yeah.
Did they read people's mail
Of
back
course they
then?
did. The FBI read everything back then.
Okay.
Bro, this is the middle of the Cold War. We were with the Russians. Any perverted actions were considered communist. You could be blackmailed, and you could be sentenced to 20 years in prison.
You know what's funny? I want to make fun of you for that, but you're probably right.
You don't think the FBI, especially back then when nobody was paying attention, were looking at everything?
Yeah, but I don't know. Like if some dude's like, yo, I totally want to see your boobs. Like they're going to be like, oh, McCarthy, God, look at this over here. Look what he's doing.
Well,
Russian boobs.
But you would be considered a pervert.
Okay.
Anything sexual, you perv.
Let's take a break.
All right.
And again, if anyone knows Dan Dickens in Batavia, tell me what's on that postcard.
Yes.
I'm dying to know what's on that postcard. There's nothing better than like if you have a job where you get bonuses.
Oh, yeah.
Finding out that you're hitting one of your bonuses.
Damn.
It feels like free money.
rich.
Come on, baby. And it's money, too. You don't have earmark for anything because you're eventually going to pay bills with it. Everybody does. But you feel like for a second, I could do whatever I want with this money. There is a man who made a play of a career on Sunday night, changed a game, changed a team's season with a 96-yard return. But that may not be the best part of that touchdown.
Oh, really?
And here's the thing. Remember yesterday when I said, Kimmy, I was yelling at him, let the punt go into the end zone?
Yeah.
Because what
are you doing?
what he did was strange. But the cynical person could now look at the information we have and go, oh, that's why he ran that punt out. And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Bills playoff game, Sunday Steelers, home, 1 o'clock live, 96.5 WCMF. And God, I'm still running on that high from Sunday night.
I know.
Feels so good. But we are also a very cynical show.
Okay.
And one moment that changed that game, maybe changed the Bills' entire season, if you want to be cynical, could have a different meaning behind it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
About 10 minutes. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
I'm ready to go, baby.
Oh, shut up.
Ready to go.
Bro, you've been way off for like the last 3 months.
So have you.
No, I won. I went back-to-back before we went on break.
Oh, that's ancient. That was last year.
Bro, we've done, it's 2. All right, now I'm going to stick it you-know-where.
Yeah.
You would have got dumped, but you all know what I was going to say. You all know what I was going to say. All right, where are they whining? Coming up just after 9 o'clock in the break room on CMF. You know, Tommy, you talked at length yesterday about how the first half of that Bills game sucked for you.
Scary, yeah.
Couldn't do anything. It was frustrating.
Dumb mistakes.
And it felt like the game was slowly slipping out of our hand until one man decided he was going to take that game over.
Jake Bailey punts this one away. It's a wobbler, backing Hardy up to his own 5. Gets to the 10, to the 15, through a hole to the 20, 25, 30. He could go 50, 40. They're not going to get him. Deontay Hardy going the distance for the touchdown. And we're an extra point away from a tie ball game.
From that moment, the Miami Dolphins did not score another point.
They collapsed, right?
Yes. Yeah, you got it.
Turning point.
Deontay Hardy, turning point of the game, saved the season.
What a guy.
Yes. And the whole thing was remarkable because, first off, punt returns in the NFL are rare for touchdowns.
Sure.
The Bills hadn't had one since 2020. What made it even more rare,
they had a punt return. Didn't they?
Punt return for a touchdown.
Punt return. Never mind. I'm thinking, never mind. That was
Naeem
kickoff.
Hines. Come on, Kimmy.
My bad.
Also, it was the longest punt return for a touchdown in Bills history.
Damn.
Because, Tommy, and we brought this up yesterday, when you take a punt inside the 10-yard line, you are supposed to let that punt bounce into the end zone so you can start with the ball at the 20.
Yeah.
It's the smart play to do. The fact that he took it at the 4 was very strange. Well, we got some more information yesterday. Turns out that Deontay Hardy had an incentive in his contract that would pay him a cool $250,000 if he averaged something over like 12 yards a punt return. Well, it turns out that
this is the last opportunity possibly of the season.
Last game of the regular season. That 96-yard punt return for a touchdown pushed his average over that mark. So that house call made him a $250,000. That was a $250,000 play by Deontay
Can you
Hardy.
imagine?
Amazing. Amazing. But us being cynical, now that you have that information, what are you thinking?
He did it for the money. He put the whole team in jeopardy because you're right. That could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
It was selfish because let's say that goes bad and they recover the ball or.
I mean, you can just get pinned inside the 10.
He fumbles it, something like that, and they lose a playoff game. But again, you give these guys incentives. And he's not a marquee player, so he's not making the bank some of these other guys are playing.
No, he's not.
So that $250,000 is worth way more to him than Josh.
Sure.
Or one of the top guys.
Now, in the defense, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
It is funny, too, when players hit milestones and they, I can't tell sometimes if they're genuinely shocked, like they really didn't know they were that close, or if they're just sitting, I think they got a tally in their locker.
They all know.
Yeah.
They all
have to know.
For example, I believe it was it Jadeveon Clowney's defensive end for the Ravens. I was watching the Steelers-Ravens game the other night. He was a sack away from, a $500,000 bonus on an incentive, and he hit it. It was just the middle of the game, inconsequential sack, and he's running around the field with a giant smile on his face, and if you didn't know he had that,
You'd be like, why are you celebrating so hard, man?
Exactly,
Sure.
but he knew in that moment. Now, look, in the defense of Deontay Hardy returning that punt the other day, the punter for the Dolphins let one rip. He, what they call, outkicked his coverage, so he had lots of space in front of him, right? So taking that punt and running it out is not the strangest thing in the world, but after finding out that he had that $250,000 incentive to get his average over 12 yards, the cynical part of me would wonder if he didn't have that on the last game of the season, would he have let it bounce into the end zone?
I'm going to say yeah. Why risk it, to your point?
Well, you also needed a spark there. I mean, it could have been the special teams coach saying, if you have any momentum, you go.
Yeah.
I
wonder, though, if players, I mean, this is like a blessing and a curse for players because, sure, like, it's a way to motivate them. But then I wonder if you get the criticism of, Well, see, you can try harder if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's a good
the money's
question.
motivating you. Why isn't winning motivating you? They get that criticism.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I hadn't thought about it that way. 252 WCMF, we're talking about Deontay Hardy. He's the man for the Buffalo Bills who returned that punt 96 yards for a touchdown, turned the game, saved the season. Gets the 2 seed for the Buffalo Bills. We find out that he had an incentive in his contract that if he went over 12 yards on average per punt return, he would make a cool $250,000. That punt return put him over 12 yards. That was a
That's insane.
$250,000 play.
How long do you think that whole play took? From the time he caught the ball to the time he's in the end zone? 5 seconds?
Probably 8 seconds because he had to run the whole field.
I can't think of anything I wouldn't do for 8 seconds for $250,000.
Wait, you're kidding me.
No, I'm serious.
Wait, there's nothing you wouldn't do for 8 seconds for $250,000?
Well, think about it. It's only 8 seconds. I'm never going to have $250,000.
You're not going to believe this.
What?
I just opened up a new business.
What's it? Where is it?
It's in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Pat Duffy's $250,000. Close your eyes. I'm going to give you a big surprise. Checks in the mail. Sauce. And here's the thing, man.
Right.
Like, let's say the most cynical explanation is true, and Deontay Hardy only tried to return that punt to hit over 12 yards return so he can get his $250,000. It still works.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Because imagine the moment he realized he had it. Like, he knew he was going into that end zone. Like, the feeling he must have had, not only lighting up a whole stadium and who's ever watched it on TV, but also knowing your bonus is at $250,000.
So I'm sorry, go ahead, Kim.
So somebody did call and say the Chiefs defensive tackle, Chris Jones, he got a $1.2 million bonus with the sack he had over the weekend.
$1.2 million play.
Yep.
Well, some of these must be good because at the end of the season, I guess some of these things are in your head now, to your point.
Yes. Well, it's funny. Okay, so going back to a second ago, Tommy, you had brought up, knowing you're going to do it. What's unique about that punt return, too, is by the 50, he knew he was going.
Yeah, he had the arms out. He was celebrating.
Exactly. Like, the punter's not going to catch you there. So, like, with these sacks and everything, you don't know.
So quick.
Until boom. Yeah. It's the average NFL play is 4.5 seconds, so you don't have time to realize it.
Yeah.
He had 50 yards with every eye in America on him. That whole stadium going nuts. You got it. And he knew, I'm about to make a $250,000 and tie this game.
Damn.
What an effing feeling. I'm juiced up just thinking about it.
I mean, that has to be a high that you'll never experience again.
Yeah.
I don't know how you top that.
Winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, sure.
But that's a group thing.
But in that moment.
You're just a greedy bitch.
Yes.
No, but in that moment, like that's a moment of time where you're feeling all of that at once. Whereas the Super Bowl, that's a spaced out thing. You might know for a little while that you're going to win the Super Bowl. That's an immediate high that I can't imagine.
I would love to talk to him, and we got to call Catalina or Jenna or Fates because they're going to be in the locker room this week to ask when he realized, because it's an average thing. I wonder if he knew how many yards he needed to get over 12, push the average over. Like if he realized in that return, I'm about to make a $250,000.
So is he been around?
No, he's new this year. He played for Miami last year, which makes it even. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about Trent Sherfield. He was in San Francisco. I can't remember.
But he could be out of the league in 2 years.
Yeah, he's not like a premier name. He'll probably.
So he could be gone.
Yeah, he'll probably still have a job, but he's not a guy that you're like.
But he's gonna have
for.
that, man.
Yeah, 100%.
That is so cool.
Is it the Saints?
Saints, yes. Saints, Niners, yes.
How much would it suck though? If that had gotten called back.
Oh, you have it!
You know what I mean? Like, you think in that moment, you have it. Look at all this work I just did.
Yep.
Oh, you freaking idiot.
Yep, you're right. You know, it's funny, too, you're bringing up the incentives. I don't know how many games you guys watched over the weekend, but the one that all Bills fans were glued to before the Bills game was the Titans-Jags game.
Okay.
Jags lose to the Bills that already clinched the spot. They were talking all afternoon about wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. Remember, he almost signed with the Bills. He played for the Texans for years. Played with Arizona. He needed like 5 catches for one incentive of $250,000. He needed 2 touchdowns for one incentive of $250,000, and then another couple for yards for another $250,000. And the quarterback in Tennessee. Was just feeding him the ball. Yes, like they knew they were going to get him that deal. I watched 3 different behind the line of scrimmage throws to DeAndre Hopkins just to get him his money.
Wow.
Because like they had nothing to play for.
Yeah, right.
So let's get everybody
pride
paid.
at that point.
If you're the owner,
I'm pissed off. Knock it the F off. Y'all didn't win this year.
Yeah.
Dial it back.
And now I got to pay you more.
Yeah, but happy employees.
Yeah.
I know.
Right? And it's a good look for other players that are going to sign with your team
Okay,
eventually.
all right. It's still coming out of my pocket.
I mean, like, you do have to be pissed in
Oh,
the
yeah.
moment. Stop it. Stop it. He's not even earning it. All right, let's take a break. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You know how this works.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Where They Whining is on the way. Kimmy's got her post ready to go. If you want to call now and ensure that you get in on today's game, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You will be able to hear Kimmy reading the post and everybody guessing via the phone on hold. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Get those Rochester brains ready.
Let's do it.
We get down on it. Next to the break room on CMF. Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. You're ready to go. You've been ice cold. And
It means as gamblers will tell you, that means I'm due.
And all of those gamblers have gone bankrupt and their wives left them. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's Tuesday, it's 8 o'clock, and it's time for everyone's favorite break room game.
Yeah, what at?
Where They Whining. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to get in. And for those who are new, we'll explain it real quick for you.
Okay.
Kimmy has a post from one of the neighborhood apps in the greater Rochester area. Folks listening, you send Kimmy this stuff, and we really appreciate it. She's going to read that out loud. She's going to remove street names and town references, but there are still little things in there, Tommy.
Nuances,
little clues. And you and me and everyone that can hear us right now, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
Listen good. And don't listen to Tommy because he just makes up stuff in his head and then people believe that's part of the post. You got to listen to Kimmy and Kimmy only.
Then you got to deduce.
Exactly.
Right.
Because everybody in this town knows every stereotype about every village, town, city, neighborhood. We're going to figure out where they whining, and we're going to do it now. Kimmy, are you ready?
Ready.
Let's do it.
Rockport! Greece! Fairport! Where They Whining!
The service at blank is painfully slow. Don't even bother with the drive-thru if you have any place to be. You'll be waiting there a minimum of 10 to 20 minutes every time. Going inside isn't much better. The kids working the counter could care less about customer service. They're always goofing around in the back area doing God knows what. Definitely not working, I'll tell you that. Blank needs better training programs for their employees, or at least a manager that holds their employees accountable. There's no doubt in my mind that this place will close in less than a year if they don't change what they're doing. I will be writing to this company's corporate office to let them know about how unhappy I am with their workers' efficiency. I can't be the only one having this experience. I encourage others to also voice their complaints to blank and light a fire under these lazy kids' butts.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Right.
Real quick, I do find it funny that like this person thinks if they do like this massive letter writing campaign and the managers see it, that the kids will be like, oh, wait a minute, we've been disappointing people?
More training.
As a teenage boy, I must have make this right and work harder while I'm at my job. Tommy, what'd you hear?
What I'm hearing is somebody that's uptight. She's an uptight person.
Well, yeah, she wrote anybody that puts a post on the neighborhood apps is an uptight person.
All right, so where would an uptight female?
What? Who said female?
I got female vibe out of that.
See, again, that's why you don't listen to Tommy. You only listen to Kimmy.
Drive-through fatty. So think about that.
For God's sakes, man.
No, I'm being
really
nice.
Paint a picture
You're being
here.
nice.
Yeah, that's a drive-through fatty, but it has to have access to a lot of drive-through. So that kind of, there's a couple of areas where there's just a ton of drive-through. There's not like a lot of drive-through where I live.
Okay, but what makes you think there has to be a lot of drive-through?
Because they're talking, it sounds like they hit a bunch of joints.
No, they could just be pissed. And by the way, she said, you got me saying she. This person says 10, 20 minutes. It's never actually that long. Nobody looks at the clock. It just feels like forever. But go on, I'm sorry.
So where would an uptight, fast food, drive-through fat ass reside?
Where's that?
Well, you only got a couple of options.
Oh, what are you thinking? Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking, well, there's a number one, but I don't want to take it because it was my take last week. So I can't take that one.
Well, why? If it didn't hit, then you can take it again. I mean, it doesn't mean, just because you picked it doesn't mean it's going to be less likely.
You know what? I'm not going to take that one.
Why?
I'm not going to take that one.
Are you scared? Are you scared?
No.
I'm already sending my excuse. My name's Tommy, and I'm sending my excuse for why I was wrong, because this is my secret way of making two picks when I'm actually making two picks. I'm a scared-ass, pick-ass, little bitch-ass pick.
I think I'm going to take your pick from last week.
Which one?
Which is?
Grease.
You remember that?
Because he always goes chalk. He always takes the field.
You just did it.
Right. I'm going to take it this week.
Okay.
Because I was thinking I was gonna take Jefferson Road.
Okay.
And Henrietta, but I'm going no because I picked Henrietta last week.
I'm sorry,
so that's why I took
Tommy.
Grease. What?
You're kidding.
That doesn't
Literally
count.
just pinpointed the exact place.
No, I didn't say.
I was gonna say,
but then I went.
No, you can't disqualify.
You literally said that. You said it out
because
loud.
I was trying to tell you about last week.
How do you do that?
Grease is back on the board, everybody.
That is not. How am I out?
You literally said I was gonna say but then I said
In past tense, though.
Yes,
Past tense.
I was
Last
going
week.
to say
Last week.
That is past
A
tense.
last week pick shouldn't count against my
Wait,
pick.
well, you
Grease.
said you were gonna pick
But then I picked
Jefferson Road.
That's
That's what you
literally
said.
the only rule of the game. Don't say,
That is so unfair.
shut your stupid mouth then. Grease and
So I can't play.
No, you're out. No, you could have if you didn't disqualify yourself. Grease and Henrietta are still on the board, 252 WCMF. By the way, you were wrong about both of those anyway.
Why?
This is an easy pick. This is not a town that has a lot of drive-thrus because if this person was that frustrated, they would just go to another drive-thru. We also know that it's not a local business because they talked about corporate.
Well, it's a chain.
Right, in corporate. They also
So you
said,
got to go chain.
yes, I understand. They also talked about a bunch of teenagers working at these places.
Well, that's every joint.
No. Higher-end towns have teenagers working these jobs.
But the other one's got.
Places that are more working class, blue collar, have adults that will do these jobs. And you're going to notice this. Look, pay attention. I'm serious.
I ain't looking.
When
I'm
you-
not playing.
When you walk into Pittsford and you go to the pizza shop or the coffee place, it's all teens. When you go to towns like Gates, Greece, Henrietta, and you walk into those
What's your
places,
mom's age? Person. Not your mom, but your mom's age.
they whining.
Right. You don't even have a pick, you dick.
In Fairport.
Fairport. They don't have any drive-thrus
Oh,
in Fairport.
Oh well, man, you
Name
should,
it.
Man, you should play,
Bro, that's a bad
You should
pick.
play the game then. Maybe you should play. Oh, you can't because you're stupid. You
Bro, there's
disqualified.
no
There's no cheese in China and there's no drive-thrus in Fairport.
Very few. And there's none in the village.
I just need one, and it doesn't have to be in the village. It's Fairport. Fairport. 252 WCMF 252-9263.
Jive-ass pick.
Their jive-ass pick. What are we doing, J.J. Walker? There is one rule, and one rule only, and Tommy found out the hard way, even though he hears it every effing week for 2 years.
I was just having a conversation with it. I didn't think it counted.
You get one pick and one pick only. If you hear while you're on hold your pick being made, you have two options. You can hang up the phone, try again next week. No big deal.
They're picky about this crap.
Or you can change your pick. If you call up the show and do what Tommy just did, where you go, I was going to say, but then I went, you've been disqualified just like Tommy is, and you're still on the board. So the only pick that is off the board right now is Fairport. Everything else is fair game. Are we ready to go to the phones?
Yes.
252 WCMF. You know, we always start off with guys. And that's my
You
fault.
usually do.
Let's start off with a lady pick today. Don't lash out because you're dumb. Don't do your dumb lashing. Let's talk to Catherine. Is it Catherine?
Catherine.
Catherine, you're on CMF. Where are they whining?
Honey I Falls.
Oh, my God, it's the worst
it's a
pick
terrible
ever.
pick. What are you doing? We believed in you. Why Honeyway
Oh,
Falls?
sorry.
Y'all ain't got no
'Cause
power.
It sounds. Yeah, no, it sounds exactly like a play. Something that's happening currently in our town, and people on the community page have complained about the exact thing.
They have a drive-through in Honeyway. I didn't think they had a drive-through in Honeyway Falls. Okay, don't name the place, and I
Yeah.
appreciate you being cool.
No,
but,
I don't want to.
No, I understand completely. But see, that's what I'm talking about, man. The smaller the place.
Well,
the-
you don't know if she hit or not.
No, I know she didn't hit on this, but I'm saying it's going to be a smaller town. The smaller the place, the fewer the options, the more pissed people get when it takes them time.
I thought this was like a general problem in drive-thrus all over.
Well, no, there are some
Punk
drive-thrus
ass.
that are super efficient.
All right.
Chick-fil-A, they got like people outside.
Oh, yeah.
They got fans on you. Hey, Catherine, terrible guest, but thanks for the call. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
All
Bye.
right, have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to. I keep pressing the button like an idiot. My buttons don't work. Matt's on CMF. Hey, Matty, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Pat, I don't have a pick, but I just think you should be disqualified as well because you mentioned Pittsburgh when you were talking about your pick. You mentioned going into a pizza shop in Pittsburgh.
Ooh.
No, it was after I made the pick.
Oh, that's the same thing I did.
No, it's not the same
Same
thing.
thing.
No.
If Tommy got disqualified for that, I think you should be as well.
I agree with Matster.
By the way, I didn't disqualify him. I'm not the commissioner. Kimmy is the commissioner of where
Well,
they
y'all
whining.
could.
No, she jumped in. She wants me to lose just as much as she wants you to
No,
lose,
she
Dick.
doesn't.
Her
She's always
dream-
had it. She has it out for me all the time.
Her
Okay,
dream.
okay, this is what's going to qualify this. How did you use the town Pittsford? I did not hear it. I was on the phone, so I missed the Pittsford.
I said,
Okay.
it's a smaller East Side town. After I picked Fairport, I said when you go into places that have fast food restaurants, if you go into Pittsford, you have kids working behind the pizza counter and at the cafes and things like that. When you go to those same places in Greece or Gates or Henrietta, those are adult jobs.
Here's the difference. He's saying why those towns are not it.
Thank you.
You go, I would pick this town or this town.
I was just saying I had already picked this town. That's why I wasn't picking it.
Bro, you're done. It's over.
It's the
what are you,
same
Pete Rose? You're
thing.
not getting in. Matt, are you sure you don't have a pick? You just called up to be a douchebag.
Matt, just take Greece. You're going to win.
To be a douche. Yeah.
All right, there goes douchey Matt. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Pete, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, I hate to tell you this, but you have disqualified Tommy for the same exact reason.
Oh, my God! I'm not the commissioner. She's on the phone. Go yell at her.
And wait, no, I'm going to wait because you are disqualified. You did break the rules, you little wing wong.
You are a wing. You're a total wing.
If he was on your side, if we were together, we'd be killing him for saying wing wong again. But no. What's your pick, Pete?
It is Greece, and I know exactly which drive-thru it is because I avoid it at all costs.
Okay, wait a minute.
It's a good pick. It's a top pick.
You're bitching that we disqualified him, and then you come in and swoop his pick.
I can't say why I was going to pick it or why I picked it because then I will be on with Tommy on the sidelines, and you're going to be there shortly because you did disqualify yourself.
Why? What were you going to say, Pete?
I can't say it, but I know you did disqualify.
Pete, I got something to say, but I won't say it because I'm a big scared-ass bitch-ass Pete-ass grease-picking bitch.
My name's Pat. I don't want to get disqualified because I know I disqualify myself because I'm a little scared to disqualify you little damn.
Hey, baby, I'm still standing. Better than I ever did.
All right.
Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Look, everyone's just out for blood today. This game brings out the worst in everybody.
I'll tell you what, because it's y'all's fault.
The amount of tattletales.
No, but y'all came after me hard right out of the gate.
I don't want to disqualify
That's
anybody.
a lie. You want to disqualify everybody.
I do want to hit the button, but you literally said the exact words that you're not supposed to say. You said the sentence that we say in the beginning. I was going to say, but then I said,
252-WCMF. All right, let's get some actual picks in here.
Yeah.
Look, you bitch about so much. Jesus. You got these idiots that went and bought your T-shirts. Tommy Nation, got different Tommy. Gotta give me Tommy knob. All right, we got a lot of ladies sitting on hold here.
Oh, wow.
252-WCMF. Is it Lynette? Lynette, where are they whining?
Arundequoit.
Why Arundequoit?
Because there's definitely a place that I've literally sat 10 minutes and watched the clock, and they have a competitor not far away, so now I go there.
Wait, okay, hold on, Lynette. You're telling me you actually watch the clock in the drive-thru?
Yes, because it makes you late for work.
Okay, but if you knew it was going to be long enough where you watched the clock, why did you go to the drive-thru in the first place?
Because I didn't know at that point in time it was going to be that long. Some drive-thrus have 6 cars, and you can get through quickly.
Okay, so you had no idea it was going to be long. But then you sat and watched the clock for no reason until you got your food.
Yeah, you're stuck in it. Once you get so far up, you can't get out of it.
All right, we got you for a round of Coit Lynette. Thanks for the call. Tommy, how do you feel about that one?
That's not a bad pick.
Not a bad pick.
Yeah.
You want to pick that one too? Just why not pick every town, Tommy?
That's a good pick.
Thanks for the call. I can hear Kimmy through my phone, my headphones right now. She's literally going, no, what he said was this town and then the other town. And the difference is, stop bothering Kimmy. Kimmy, get on there real quick. Forget the phones for a second. What is happening over?
People are lying about their name to disqualify you. I just want to put that out. They're bitching that I missed it, but they're taking their time on the phone to tell me what I missed.
All right.
And telling me that I'm not doing my job as commissioner of this game.
Do your job.
I'm going to get fired.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Johnny. Johnny, where are they whining, buddy?
First of all, you should not be disqualified.
Thank you.
That was a justified reason.
Thank you.
Second, you need to educate yourself and get some culture on the east side, man. You picked Fairport. That's the village of Fairport within the town of Parenton. The drive-thrus are in the town of Parenton. I'm going Parenton.
Ooh, damn it.
Damn.
I don't know east
Look
side.
at Mr. Maps.
Oh, damn it. That's a good pick, too.
Goodbye.
Bye, Johnny. Have a good rest of the day. Man, this day sucks. You start this off, you come right here, running your mouth.
No, you know why? Because you two can't let anything slide.
So what do you mean let slide?
You're all picky-owned. Everything's got to be by the book.
Like
you can't be
Kimmy
cool.
said, you did the literal thing you were not supposed to do. 252-WCMF. We'll take one more call real quick, and then we'll have Kimmy reread the post. Let's talk to Mary Beth. Mary Beth, where are they whining?
Macedon.
Oh, my God. Mary Beth, it's a terrible call. Terrible pick.
There's nothing out there.
Why Macedon?
There's a place in Macedon that sometimes you go and they're on their game and they get your food right away, and there's other times you could sit forever and they're just screwing around.
Bunch of teenage punks back there?
Yeah.
In a high-end town. Interesting. Somebody had a theory earlier that seems to keep coming true over and over again.
There's nothing out that way, though. It doesn't make any sense.
Mary Beth, thanks for the call. There's a lot. There's a lot, Tommy. Lot of it. Mary Beth, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're going to wait for Kimmy to take this call real quick, and then we'll get the next post. All right, Kimmy, hold on the phones for a sec, because I know there's a lot of people calling, trying to ruin the segment. Can we get a reread for the folks just joining us?
Yes.
Okay.
The service at blank is painfully slow. Don't even bother with the drive-thru if you have any place to be. You'll be waiting there a minimum of 10 to 20 minutes every time. Going inside isn't much better. The kids working the counter could care less about customer service. They're always goofing around in the back area, doing God knows what. Definitely not working, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's like when you kids worked at Spluigi's.
Wait, we worked for your mom? Because she got tons of Spluigi's all over the place. Here comes a Spluigi.
Blank needs better training programs for their employees, or at least a manager that holds their employees accountable. There's no doubt in my mind that this place will close in less than a year if they don't change what they're doing. I will be writing to this company's corporate office to let them know about how unhappy I am with their workers' efficiency. I can't be the only one having this experience. I encourage others to also voice their complaints to blank and light a fire under these lazy kids' butts. What?
I'm sorry. I just glanced down at Twitter, and it is a tire fire right now.
It's nuts.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me read the pics here. Tommy disqualified himself. He said Greece, and then he said Henrietta, and disqualified. He did literally the thing we tell you not to do. So he's out. I went Fairport. Catherine went Honeyway Falls. That was terrible. Matt called up just to be a dick. Pete then went with Greece, but argued that Tommy shouldn't have been disqualified, which then would have not allowed him to pick the town of Greece, but then said he didn't want to pick Greece in the first place. He wanted to pick another town, which would have disqualified him in the first place. Lynette went Irondequoit, which was a pick you liked.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Johnny went Parrington, trying to poach my pick because he's a dick. Mary Beth went Macedon.
Horrible pick.
Terrible pick, but there's a lot out there. But then I'm looking down at my Twitter account as Kimmy's reading,
Yeah,
and
what
there
they
were
say?
It's like Where They Whine in Theater. They're quoting the entire segment.
There are people making legitimate arguments here. All right, I'm going to read you Andrew's tweet. You ready?
Yeah.
Andrew writes, I do agree. Duffy on WCMF said more than one town, so that should disqualify him. You've disqualified other callers for the same, even
Thank
when
you.
not saying I would say X, but instead I'll choose Y. Kate says, pretty sure Pat said Pittsford before he picked Fairport. Kate's wrong. She's wrong about that. And then Jared Cooper writes in all caps, OMG, Tommy's so dumb. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. All right, 252-WCMF. Let's get back to the game, guys.
Yeah, it's all about the game.
We're here to play the game. You play for the love of the game.
Yes, the history of the game.
Mike's on CMF. Mike, where are they whining, buddy?
It's the land of the fast food restaurants. It's got to be Henrietta.
All right, Henrietta is still on the board.
That was going to be my pick. Second backup pick.
Second backup.
No, because the Jeff is fast food.
You were going to say, Mike? Oh, no, okay. Nobody. All right, so are you going strictly based on Jefferson Road?
Oh, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
All right.
Good pick.
Mike, we got you, buddy. No, it's a terrible pick. Again, there's so many options that you don't get
I
pissed
just want to
at.
say I have no doubt in my mind that if you didn't get disqualified up front, you would have been disqualified by now.
100%. Well, no, he's
that was my pick. That was my pick, my second pick. But I was going to say
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to John. John, where are they whining, buddy? John, you there?
You mean Joe?
Joe.
Nobody cares. Joe, how you doing, buddy? Where are they whining?
No problem. Doing good. I'm gonna call Mount Hope right next to U of R. Kids probably working.
All right, so what do we call it? Mount Hope area then? Mount Hope neighborhood?
Is that I'm trying to think of what
I mean,
technically.
it's technically the 19th ward. So that's where the
Okay.
19th ward ends. And
All right, we'll just throw it. What's the bigger area to call it? I guess we'll give you the whole thing.
Who cares? It's not going to be it. But thanks for the call, Joe. Have a good rest of the
Well, some
day.
of it kind of touches Brighton too. It's like in that area.
Well, everything
That's a
touches
specific.
Brighton.
Yeah.
Like
if you're lucky.
You know, it's true. When I went to Kansas City,
Yeah.
when I left the airport, we drove through Brighton.
No kidding.
It was the weirdest thing. All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's been complete chaos all morning long. Okay, stop tweeting me. I don't care. Tweet at her. She's a commissioner. Only one man can settle us all down. A man who is the picture of calm.
Oh.
A man who, when a nation needs wise words, we turn to him.
All right.
Ben's got the last pick. Ben, where they whining, buddy?
What's up, guys? Before I make my pick, I got an idea. Why don't we do a sound clip of both of your picks so that all of these idiots that come in here don't go, well, Pat said this. Tommy said this. That way it's like, let's just replay it.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Kimmy is not only running the board and would have to get that clip, she's also answering phone calls all over the place while trying to read the post twice and be a part of the conversation. So, look, just trust me. I nailed it. Don't worry.
Can't
about
happen.
it. Yeah, but thank you for the suggestion, Ben. I really appreciate you assisting producing the show.
All right, so I'm going to go with Canandaigua because I can think of, on 5 and 20, at least 3 places that are the slowest places in the world.
That's not a terrible pick.
No, it's not.
It kind of fits our...
It is. It's a little bit smaller of an area. It's not...
Can you think of what would be a bigger area?
Not going to say that. Not falling in your trap, Tommy.
You call me a dick for trying to do that to everybody. They're going to tell me, I can't play, so nobody should play.
You sound like Ben putting in his order.
All right, Ben, so we got you for Canandaigua. It's weird, though,
What's that?
that Ben keeps going through drive-thrus. Because you know what I heard about the drive-thrus out in Canandaigua?
What's that?
That food comes out piping hot.
Oh, my God.
And you know Ben's a car eater. You know it.
But yeah, he's a big old wide car-eating boy.
Because remember the last time he got that food out of the drive-thru?
Yeah, it's gonna have. Yeah, can I have double cheeseburger? I hate to do my cheeseburger bit my tongue. It's tasting me back and it hurts.
Wait, did the cheeseburger bite my tongue or did I bite my tongue?
Tommy's not in a good space right now. He's angry. He's frustrated. He's
Okay.
tired. He needs his juice box. Ben, thanks for the call.
Swankies.
Ben, I think we've made Ben too comfortable.
I do want to read a tweet real quick from Chris. 'Cause
Okay.
he does bring up a good point here. How can Tommy have a, quote, second backup pick if he's going first every time? Great point, Chris. Great point.
All right. Before we get to our answer, everybody on hold, I wish we can get to you, but there's been too much chaos this morning. We'll recap. Tommy wanted to say Greece, but then he disqualified himself when he said he also wanted Henrietta, like the definition of where they wanted disqualified. I went with Fairport. Catherine went with Honeyway Falls. Matt called just to be a dick, did not make a pick. Pete then went with Greece. He poached Tommy's pick and then argued Tommy shouldn't have been disqualified, which makes no logical sense. Lynette is in Irondequoit. Johnny came in and poached off my pick, went Parrington. Mary Beth went Macedon. Mike went with Henrietta. Joe went with the Mount Hope neighborhood, and Ben rounds us out in Canandaigua. Are we ready?
I should be.
I'm ready.
I like Ben's.
Ben might be the guy.
I'm hoping it's one of your two. That would be my ideal situation.
Right.
If it's not me, obviously. Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready.
Let's make it happen.
Webster! Hilton!
Settle down. You ain't
Irondequoit!
What's that?
You ain't getting
Where
it.
they whining!
After Johnny made his explanation, I'm feeling less confident in my pick. But hey, crazier things have happened.
Well, this week, everybody was whining for no damn reason.
Nobody? What? Nobody had it?
Really?
Because they whining in Pittsburgh.
Oh, my God.
It's the easiest
Hey,
one,
you
and
talked.
I thought, damn it, I didn't want to pick Pittsburgh because I thought it was too obvious.
Yeah, it was too uptight.
So everybody relax, okay?
All right, so
it's
here's
a wash.
Here's what's happened.
What's
Nobody wanted Pittsburgh because we know that Kimmy wants to be as... Just look at her nodding her head. Like, don't tell me you
just
don't love when
enjoying
people
the
don't
song.
get it. Okay. Playing the game isn't just about listening to the post.
Yeah.
It's about trying to get into Kimmy's head. And everybody that plays on a regular basis knows this. So Kimmy, having outsmarted us before, not picking the most obvious one, then outsmarted us by picking the, by definition, town this would absolutely happen the most in.
Okay.
Even though you could not have been more wrong, because not only did you disqualify yourself, you also said into the microphone, Pittsford ain't got no drive-thrus. It
Very
ain't
few.
Pittsford.
We only got a couple. What do you think about how many drive-thrus are in Pittsburgh on that main road, even on the avenue?
Is Monroe? Monroe's got a ton of drive-thrus.
No, but they're not. Don't forget, Monroe Avenue for Pittsburgh is short.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh's
it
bigger
starts-
The
than
commercial
just Monroe
area
Avenue.
is after Whole Foods. That's Brighton.
Yeah, no, I understand. But, okay, after Whole Foods, you've got Wendy's, you got McDonald's.
That's it.
You've got, no, there's more.
That's it. You just named the two.
Okay, well,
I would tell you what it was, but I don't want to throw these kids under the bus.
good. Look, that's a good way to do it. You can tell us off, Mike, so we can know and nobody else can.
I do want to say real quick, people are now sending us video evidence.
No.
Yeah.
They're clipping from the live stream on YouTube. Good. It's there. I will
We
be
gotta find
vindicated. You're all sad people.
Thank you, everybody, for doing the research.
Let's take a break.
Okay.
We got that big windstorm coming.
Oh, yeah.
At least according to meteorologists this afternoon.
Yeah.
And someone is in the room is here to make an argument. This will be the least fun day of the year.
Oh.
And we're going to do it next in the break room on CMF. Supposed to get bad today, man.
Oh, yeah.
Super bad.
It's going to blow, buddy. Blow hard.
You've been disqualified for the show for the rest of the day. Go home. But one person in this room is here to say that today, above all other weather days, will be the worst of the year.
Why?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. All right, so as we speak, Adam Bello, the county executive, just issued a high wind warning starting...
That's just for his hair.
Bro, he's got my dad's dude
Oh, my
bad.
God.
Right? It's like him and my dad go to the same barber. Give me the glue. A high wind warning from 10 a.m. today to 4 p.m. tomorrow. Again, wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour are expected. Down trees, power lines. Please use caution on the roads. And reminder that non-working stoplights must be treated as four-way stops.
Okay.
And it's amazing how many people don't know that. Or they just don't care where they go. So you should be prepared, right? Keep an eye on if your kid has anything after school. See if that could cancel whatever. But, we deal with a lot of rough weather in Rochester, right? Like the snow is the worst, right? The heat's been getting pretty bad in the summertime.
Oh, yeah.
But one person in this room says today will be the worst of all those days.
I think wind is the type of weather I like to deal with the least.
Why?
It can't be
Because
your
there's-
hair.
Because it could do the most damage, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Okay. But how is snow any different?
Well, snow, I guess, like there are certain things you could do to prepare for snow. You could stay in and you're fine,
Okay.
right? Unless it's like a big ice storm or something. But like wind could knock your power out.
All right.
I mean, it could
Knock your
damage
roof off.
stuff.
True. So you're saying...
I just think like wind to me is the most inconvenient of all the weather phenomena that happen here.
Would you say you are most scared
And I think, I think so because, tornadoes fall into that wind category.
Tornadoes are very windy.
There's a difference between like a funnel cloud
Well, strong
and high
wind.
winds. Okay.
It scares me.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Like, I don't like to be near windows when it's really windy.
Stuff flying around.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you agree with Kimmy that wind is the scariest?
So growing up in Florida, the two things they tell you, you hide from the wind, but you run from the water.
Ooh.
Because water is what kills you.
Ooh. So you're saying flood is the scariest?
Flood is the number one killer of people in storms.
I didn't even think about flood.
Google it. I almost cussed.
So
I grew up in
bad.
hurricane
He's
country.
so bad.
No, but
Wait.
flooding.
No, if you're talking
flooding
natural
is-
disasters nationwide,
flood
you
is
think
number one.
flooding is the one that kills the most people.
Yeah.
Not like
We're-
earthquakes or
no, it's-
Tornadoes. There's
no.
way more tornadoes than there are floods on an annual
Are
basis.
you kidding me? There's more floods than anything in this
On
world.
an annual basis.
Look it up, bro.
She's doing it right now. I know you're full
Flooding
of
is
crap.
number
I
one.
saw the fear in your eyes. I saw the fear.
All right, if I'm right, am I reinstated and where do they want it?
Well, it's already over. And you lost anyway, you idiot. What are you... Worst
At
bargaining
least-
chip ever.
at
I
least-
would like to ask for less salary.
I like my pick back.
Okay. Are we talking the most ever, or are we talking about average numbers?
Average numbers.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
All right, Kimmy's on there.
In natural
Oh, yeah, 'cause
disasters.
there was that one flood that killed everyone in the world except for Noah. and
Yeah,
his
you
wife.
got to add that one in too. Noah's flood. Number one flood.
Okay. And the most fatal years tend to be those with major earthquakes or cyclones.
Which leads to flooding.
It would say flooding.
What kills most people?
I'm trying to figure it out here.
He's lashing. He's so
Bloody,
mad.
bloody,
Are you praying
bloody,
for
Okay.
bloody,
Hold on, it's
drowning,
loading.
drowning.
I don't know if this website works. Hold on. Let's try to find another
It
one.
don't matter. You know I'm right.
No, I know you're wrong. None of this matters. Look, we're so mad at each other for this stupid game. We're going to take 4 minutes of this show just to make you look even worse. So I have a theory.
What's your theory?
After Kimmy brought this up, because I had never thought about this before. Wind doesn't scare me unless it's in the form of a tornado, right? I agree with you. Flooding is scary. The snow is the biggest inconvenience here. My wife is also terrified of wind.
Yeah.
Like when we are in bed and
Well, it makes noise. I mean, it sounds like there's a monster outside your house. Everything's shaking.
But when's the last time a house was like blown away in Rochester?
Probably not.
Right?
Never.
Other than that time your mom went over to that house with all those guys there.
It's a long way to go for a mom joke.
But we got there, baby. Longer to get to that joke than it is to get to your mom. But I thought my wife felt this way because she grew up in a trailer, and anytime it was windy when she was a kid.
those are like weather bait.
But now that Kimmy brings this up, are all women scared of wind? Like when it gets windy at your house, how does your wife react?
She don't like it.
I think it's also one of those things that's impossible to ignore.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, if
you
it's
know it's
snowing-
out there.
yeah.
Like the rain, the snow falling is one thing. The wind is letting you know I'm out here.
Hello?
Knocking on your door.
I'm shaking your house.
Look, I get that if you have trees in your yard, wind would be the most uncomfortable, right? But we have no
But
trees.
it howls It sounds menacing.
Okay, but it's not going to hurt you.
But it sounds like it will.
But it won't.
But the wind can hurt you.
No, I understand if it's like a tornado or you have trees in your neighborhood. We have no trees in our yard. 0 trees. So there's no.
You live in a newer development.
Yeah, so there's no chance that any trees are going to fall over and crush the house. Yet my wife in bed at like 1 a.m. will wake me up and be like, it's super windy. Like, what am I going to go do? Go yell at the wind?
Or you have underground utilities, right? You don't have any light poles or anything in your
No, it's all underground.
See, that's another thing. Like, the one thing you worry about, like in my old ass neighborhood, some of these poles have been up since the 50s.
Sure.
Like, and they're all rusty and stuff. I go, how is that not coming down tonight?
I mean, all it's going to take is one to fall on your house before they do something about it. So you got that going for you.
Yeah, but then they got to get out there to fix it.
Okay,
And then they throw it at you.
Found some information.
What do we
Got to
got?
give Tommy his credit.
Damn it!
Come on, water.
Historically, droughts and floods were the most fatal disaster events.
Wait, but we're talking like in ancient Egypt. Yeah, I get it.
I don't know. Okay, deaths from these events now are very low. The most deadly events today tend to be earthquakes. It says.
When's the last time we had a big earthquake, though?
There've been
Like a big one. I think San Francisco during a...
like here.
Oh, you're talking about America? Because
just America.
Worldwide, there's always an earthquake.
Yeah, but I'm like, we haven't had one in forever.
Yeah, it's a good question. I can't remember. No, now you jinxed it.
And even that one wasn't that bad.
Which one? In
The
San
one that during
Francisco? When it took the overpass down?
Yeah, but I mean, it could have been... I didn't take the whole city down. What?
Does the one in Puerto Rico count?
Was that an earthquake?
Wasn't there an earthquake a
No,
couple
that was
years
a
ago?
hurricane.
Was that a hurricane?
No,
or
I
an
thought there was an earthquake too.
Ain't no earthquake in Puerto Rico.
You're about to make yourself look like
I mean, there's not a shaking going down on them islands.
We're talking about the windstorm that's supposed to be hit Rochester today. Again, Monroe County just issued a high wind warning. Gusts could exceed 65 miles an hour. They are warning people, be aware of debris in the road. They're preparing for mass power outages. Kimmy, what do you got?
Yeah, there was an earthquake in 2020 in Puerto Rico.
There was?
Yep.
Wasn't that-
magnitude 3.7.
Wasn't that when they went down and then the president was like throwing
I
paper
thought
towels
that
at
was a
people?
massive hurricane.
You
I might
watch-
They probably maybe they had both. I don't know.
Man, that was
A
a
hurricane. Or
Huh?
no, a hurricane.
Hurricane. Sharknado.
No, look, I'm on your. I don't remember what the natural disaster was. I just know there was a disaster, which says a lot about us.
Well, there's so many disasters to follow.
No, but you just said there hasn't been an earthquake. The last earthquake you remember was San Francisco in the
I'm sorry.
late 80s.
It was a 6.4 earthquake.
Damn, is that a lot of earthquake?
Yeah.
I think you got to get over a 7 to be really damaging.
Didn't they shut down the whole island for like months?
Oh, now you remember?
Well, no, I don't know what did, but I remember it was in a bad way for a long time.
Oh, yeah, they struggled for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
So listen, be careful today.
Very careful, the water and the wind.
The wind, mostly.
Wind coming out of Pet's mouth.
What, you mean with correct things that are being
Correct
said?
things.
With the help of Kimmy, who has the Google. They don't give Tommy or I access to Google. They're afraid. We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a Wrapperoo.
Audio 2 for Tuesday Wrapperoo.
For a Tuesday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's hate time, buddy.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week
I think
coming
it's
at
already
you.
started.
Seriously.
It started Monday. What are you talking about?
No, all of our social media is a complete disaster right now because of Kimmy's decision to disqualify
Do your
you
job, Kimmy. Do your job.
from where they whited. But tomorrow it is Hate Mail of the Week. There was an interesting story right before we left for our little break there.
Whatever.
Waterloo Premium Outlets, you're familiar.
Yeah.
They changed their name. They are now Finger Lakes Premium Outlets.
Yeah.
And when they changed this, they said they were doing it to more reflect where they are located, which is funny because they're located in Waterloo.
Yes.
We theorized that they changed the name to sound more fancy.
Resortish.
Yeah, you got it, because the Finger Lakes over the last 25 years have become a massive resort town for folks with money across the northeastern United States.
People will loop it in if they're going that way.
You got it. Yes, absolutely. So I didn't think that was that controversial a statement, right?
No.
There's cities with billionaire residents and super high-end resorts.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently one man disagreed with us and became so upset about it, he decided to write us a letter about how the Finger Lakes region is not even close to high-end or luxurious.
Oh, my God. Just the amount of seaplanes I have seen in that area blows me away.
What a weird
He's got a seaplane count.
quantifier. Seaplane? I've never seen a seaplane in my life.
Yes, you have.
When? No, you're right. I went to the Indiana Jones stunt show when I was at Disney when I was 12.
They used to have one parked in Webster on the bay.
I've never seen that.
Do you know what a seaplane is, right?
Are
you so poor you've never seen a seaplane?
Is it a plane on the sea?
It lands on the water.
I know what a seaplane looks like.
On a lake. He probably knows 5 guys with seaplanes.
Bro, it's Canisius Lake. They don't have sea paper planes out there. And my dad, even if there was a seaplane, his, quote, lake house is so far away. He's closer to the actual airport than he is the shore of Canisius Lake. That's how far back his place is. All right, so we'll get that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way for Kimmy, who is break room public enemy number 1 this morning.
Well, she's a hard ass, man.
Everybody relax. It's going to be okay.
You did
no winners today.
Well, technically, if I...
No.
Nope. Well, I'm being accused of saying Pittsford first.
Yeah, but you would be disqualified.
But even though Tommy was just... I still would have... I mean, in everybody's heart, I would have been the winner.
Nobody has any heart for your ass.
For Tommy Muley, who disqualified himself in the most basic way possible and has been a petulant child for the last 55 minutes because of it. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.